it was then I noticed that Tony Danza has only played guys named Tony his entire life.
Wow.
Well, that's because sometimes it's really hard to focus. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Dice Soup, brought to you by Once Upon a D20 at patreon.com/Once Upon a D20, or right here on Twitch or on YouTube, wherever you find us. Apparently, we're supposed to do the thing at the top of the show where we're like comment, and subscribe and all that. Apparently, that's good etiquette. I'm bad at good etiquette. Always. I'm not sure if you can tell. I'm just wearing a sleeveless shirt because I apparently don't care about looking professional or professionally unprofessional, or I don't know.
However that works.
Yeah. Anybody got anything to plug here at the top of the show before we jump back into it?
Not at the moment.
No.
You know, I fumbled, so no, I fumbled the ball, so no.
I don't know. That Tony Danza line was pretty good. Hold me closer, Tony Dan. But when last we left off,
Hold me closer, Tony Danza.
when last we left off, we were outside, between the Morning Dew Inn and the Tiki Hut, the long standing room only tiki bar in this little square off the side of the West Hall Academy and the dorms of the West Hall Academy. Enjoying lively drinks, enjoying a lively performance, complete with telepathic acrobatics or telekinetic acrobatics, and some conversations had with one Hush, who happened to be in town. Leaving from that interaction, there was a vaguely handsome man walking up as Hush is walking away, or perhaps Hush chose to walk away noticing. But they're walking up much cleaner, much more. Looks like he spent some money after y'all walked away. One Sarah, the gentleman left to his own devices, but walking up, very well coiffed, well dressed. Looks like he replaced his kind of ratty leathers for much nicer leathers on over some clothes, but under a nice jacket. That as he walks up has it's kind of a velvety sheen with gold stitching. It very much looks like he bought custom, probably magical clothing from Gilmore's Glorious Goods.
Good plan.
Solid.
But
right.
he comes walking up and looks like he just there's a confidence to his walk, and he kind of looks about and sees people putting tips in Wash's helmet, and because there's still people throwing in for all that you all that you did, and he just did I miss something fun?
Of course not. Nothing important at all. Luca is grinning though. Just...
Right.
Well, maybe, perhaps. But if you stick around a little bit, you might get to see it again.
Well, if it's what I heard down the street, I'm sorry I didn't see it up close.
It's all right. But hey, while you're here, I told you that I was going to speak to some friends of mine, yeah?
You say that and he kind of gets a little bit closer. He's like, yeah.
Well, it just so happens that one of them is here right now.
Weren't they supposed to like meet in passing?
I have to send him.
Yeah, Hush kind of walked away, but he's off to the side and looking.
Oh, okay. I thought like Hush was gonna like walk down the street,
Yeah,
and then Luca was gonna send to him to like, hey, this guy's walking down the street.
Kind of similar idea. He's down the street waiting to either be met or not.
Gotcha.
I am going to continue to play a bit more music, but if you'd like, there's a friend of mine just over that way. Hard to miss, wild hair, clouded eyes. If you're interested in trying to make a positive difference in this world, that might be a man that you want to talk to. He can get you started if you're interested.
He kind of stops for a second. Who's got a 20 passive perception or better?
Insight, I do. Not perception, though.
I do.
I know you do.
I'm
Even
almost at 30.
It's always a good time when Valineth is here. He is the party, spoiler alert.
It is.
You can't hide anything from me.
I can hide plenty from you, but not right at this moment.
True.
But
Try us.
But as Sarah kind of goes to kind of give Luca a side hug, and maybe so. You see a invisible, or you see a pouch floating that just kind of floats around the side of Luca and slips into his bag. And you all have been traveling with this human man long enough to know that he does have a propensity for invisible mage hands that are fairly dexterous, shall we say?
Nice.
And that just slips into Luca's pocket very softly, deftly.
Who notices this?
I do, of course, Valineth.
What's
Just Valina.
just Valineth?
Unless you have above a 20 in your.
I have a 21.
You have a 21? Okay. And
Yeah, this is Wash.
Oh,
This is Wash, baby!
Wash actually has
this
a
is
pretty
about to
good
be a
one.
moment. This is about to be a moment.
Yeah, you actually do see a pouch. It's a coin pouch, but it looks like it's pretty well full of something.
And he's putting it on Luca's person?
Yeah, it's slipping.
Okay.
It's slipping into Luca's bag, just on his side.
And Luca doesn't notice.
Luca does not notice.
Excellent.
I actually checked Luca's passive perception before.
Oh my God, no, it's only a 16.
And like, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm pointing out to Wash that Luca does not notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
He's not like aware of it. He's not making any motions to try to conceal that it's happening. He doesn't know.
Yeah. He full on. There's a little bit of that kind of touch hug kind of distraction being put on, and
It's very possible that he's about to turn a very bad leaf and he's trying to pay me off ahead of time.
And
What makes you think that?
And he says, I'll we'll go have a chat. But I'm not gonna lie to you, I have a very particular set of skills,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm really good at it.
There are ways to use that.
Indeed.
You're gonna be taken.
There are ways to use that for good. Because sometimes good needs a push.
Right off a cliff.
And if where is Akira in all of this? Are they?
They're kind of, helping. Basically, like some people noticed you helping with the performance, and people are kind of glad handing and like, let me buy you a drink, kind of.
Oh no, they would not like all of that attention. They would definitely probably like get as close to Luca as they could in that moment.
And
I'm telling you, my friends, they could pay you well, and you'd feel good about the work you're doing while using your particular skills. I
maybe
hope that you'll talk to them.
I'll go talk to him. I'll go talk to him right now. And he gives a nod and just goes to walk. And he walks over towards Hush and
Could so I know last week I did not observe Luca's conversation with Hush. Did I observe this conversation?
go ahead and you know what? Yeah, because Hush and Luca would have definitely
They were being a little bit more deliberate.
Very deliberately.
You described
like,
them as
shoulder
deliberately.
quiet.
Yeah.
This is more of an exchange between folk, like just in a bar. You're close enough, and you're sharp enough.
I love having observant.
I don't have observant.
I know.
Alert.
I knew you didn't because of
I
the fact
want
that your resistance is
observant,
high.
Yeah.
I know you'd have like at least a mid 20 something if you had observant.
Yeah.
I love it because you can just read lips. You don't even have to hear them.
Mm-hmm.
He walks over
A
towards
significant
Hush.
amount of the stuff with Hush from before was mental, but you're asking about this one. Never
Yeah,
mind. Go ahead.
yeah.
Sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Yeah. He walks over towards Hush, and the two of them kind of start walking slowly, nothing hurried, and they walk away and kind of round a corner.
I want to sidle up next to Luca.
Okay, it's like if you didn't know I was going to.
Yep.
Wash, how are you?
Oh, I'm pretty well. That fellow there, he's pretty grateful, isn't he?
I hope so.
Yeah. Well, at least seemed that way to me with the way you put that bag of coin in your pocket.
Luca, genuinely surprised, is going to check that.
And checking inside your bag, it's mostly the same configuration as it was, but there's a very nice velvety, like black velvety pouch. It's very basically tied off, nothing terribly fancy.
I suppose I should at least have a look inside.
Don't be a minute.
Well,
It's a bomb!
spoiler, it is neither a mimic nor a bomb.
Bites his hand.
It's actually kind of heavy, and rather than coinage,
Oh damn.
there's about 20 of those. fairly, quite decently sized diamonds,
Hell?
and it's 20 of them
Jeez,
together.
that's a lot.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
that's some appreciation right there.
A whole lot.
And tucked in is a kind of a small folded note.
Oh yeah, we're going for that.
Need to know. Have to have explanation. What has he done? What's he about to do?
Opening it up, but leaving it kind of inside the bag so that onlookers aren't looking, onlookers aren't able to read it or see what's in the bag.
It is it is very finely scratched draconic that says, "Dear Luca, over the last several weeks, I kept being curious. One at a time.
He fucking drew. He
I
fucking.
A card,
Sorry,
and another,
I figured it out.
and another. On your way out of Gilmore's, I drew one more. The other stuff
That sneaky
gave
bastard.
me things. Things
knew it.
that I could use. Even a little more experience. Things I didn't know before. But this one, on your way out of Gilmore's, gave me a lot more. I wouldn't feel right. I wouldn't even be able to sleep well if I didn't share. You probably won't see me again. The people I used to work for, we used to work for, are very dangerous. My people and I are going to start a new life. Far away from the fields. And we're going to do good. Give one of these diamonds to Nyack. Tell him it's to buy back my retainer.
Bastard ratted me out.
He didn't say what the retainer was for. Shut the fuck up. No.
Doesn't matter. Nyack had him on retainer for something.
And at the bottom it is signed in common, very finely scrawled, Sarah Janice Newlin.
All right. Sarah Janice Newlin.
Janice, if you're nasty. But he gave you his full name, and as you might be able to see in your backpack, the precise value of what he gave you.
Gotcha. I see. All right. Well,
and you actually see, kind of like, in looking up, you see Hush walk back the other direction on the road. Like he's just walking, and he is walking alone.
I see. Gonna put the note back in the bag, put the bag back in my pocket. or back in my backpack, I suppose.
It's a bag in a bag.
A bag, you say?
Yeah, it's a bag.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Damn.
well, we try to do what we can. Just kind of shrugs over towards Wash. Very grateful, I suppose.
Seems that way to me.
Mm-hmm. I think perhaps I'm done with the festivities for tonight.
Very well.
I think I'll find my way back to the inn.
And
Would you-
Akira will follow.
Merely across the square.
Luca is going to go over to Akira and just tell Akira, I'm heading back to the inn. Do you want to come with me?
Most definitely. This is too much attention.
Mhm. I'm gonna go thank the guy at the bar. Just hey,
Yeah, man.
thank you for giving me the space to perform. I really appreciate it.
Oh, totally. That was a bombastic performance, my guy.
Thank you very much. And
You what was your name? Are you going to be in town long? Can you come back? That'd be a draw. That'd bring us so much business.
unfortunately, I'm not sure how long we're going to be in town. So you were just passing through.
Well,
but,
I forgot. Did you give him your name last week? I forgot.
Not yet.
Okay.
But you can call me Luca.
Well, Luca, it is an absolute pleasure to have you. You can call me Oscar. And yeah, come back literally anytime. And the anytime, his hair, braid, beads all kind of are feathers and everything just kind of shaking. Yeah.
Well,
Absolutely anytime.
If we're still in town tomorrow, then if we're still in town tomorrow night, I'll come back by.
Awesome. If I could get the hype train up, let me know earlier in the day. Oh my god, thank you. You can let me know sometime early in the day, if you're gonna be there, because I can put it on blast to around campus, and so many people are gonna show up, even more people.
Well, if I can, I'll let you know ahead of time.
Yeah, cool.
This is his version of tweeting about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Tweeting.
Yeah, no, he didn't stutter. But yeah, you all right, dude?
I am fine.
Cool.
Just
Okay.
feeling a little tired. I think I'm gonna head back to the inn for tonight.
I know I would be exhausted if I played that hard.
That's true. Have a good night. And good
You
luck.
too.
And Luca is going to take Akira's hand and just walk casually back to the inn. And of course, there are things he's going to do once he gets there, and he's going to be filling in Akira on some of the development. So when we get there, let me know.
Idarius follows at a respectful distance as it looks like you two are talking. And then when y'all go to your room, he goes down to his and Slayer's room and goes and makes sure that Slayer is doing okay.
In the course of walking there before we arrive at the inn, Akira is going to look back at Adarius and then look at Lucas and say, this is going to take some getting used to.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I suppose you're not used to being followed around by a god or retainer.
No, I'm.
It does take some getting used to.
And you've had this before.
Yes. just yes.
That same nod I just did is the very same nod Akira did. It's just,
Okay.
Okay.
Mm.
It's not a lie.
That's true.
It's not. No, it's not. And it's not that they don't
Clearly
believe you. It's just they're realizing that there are some things that they don't really know about you, in terms of your home life. And so yeah, it's just okay.
And,
Welcome to the party, Asher.
yeah, Wash will, pick up his hat full of coins, scrape Asher off the bar table.
What did I get into?
Everything.
Yeah, just a little bit of everything.
Who did I get into?
A little bit of Mardi Gras.
You
A little
did
bit of
so.
Monica?
I mean, you did so much that I had to Vulcan nerve pinch you to knock you out.
Yeah, you started a bar fight and failed miserably. All
No.
kinds of things.
Well, it sounds like may have affected me in real life, because apparently when you wake up early to deal with your kids and then you decide I'm gonna catch a quick nap before stream, then everyone thinks you're dead.
I didn't think you were dead.
Oh,
I just
man.
wanted to make sure you were alive. There's a difference.
I very
There's a
much
difference.
appreciate it. You guys are nothing but straight G's, but like it was just like everyone was like, "Dude, are you okay?" And I'm like, "Man, I didn't realize how active I normally am in things, because normally I'd have said something by now."
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, it's okay. It happens.
So
We
good.
But yes,
miss you.
it was a bombastic performance by Luca, being assisted a little bit by Akira and Idarius, and it was a raucous time. Lots of coin got brought in. Did you do your platinum thing again?
Me?
Who?
Yeah, you Asher.
My platinum thing. We've heard.
Where you
At the
give a
bar,
platinum
where
to a
you-
bar and you say till it runs out.
That. Oh, I 100% would have just been like, "Hey, let me know when this runs out."
And it does not before you get
Most
well,
of the time, that's the case. Like, usually most of the time, that's just like, "Hey, we're gonna run this into the ground," just so you know.
I always forget as well, like when you go to like these inns and taverns and things, that like 1 gold or 1 platinum goes a long ways at these places.
Oh, yeah.
Most of these guys will make 1 platinum in like I think a month, maybe, because of how much gold they bring in. But like,
No.
and then no, that's not profit though. That's how much they take in. That's not how much that goes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So you gotta turn that
Couple
back
of-
around.
a couple platinum a night maybe for like a bar, but yeah, and you are served until you are escorted away. Does anybody else do anything else before we move on to the next day?
Asher will definitely be asking, "What did I do? What did I get into?"
Everything.
It's okay. You'll be sweating out your alcohol and push-ups in the morning. See you at training.
Push up.
See you at training.
Val would notice Nyack before leaving the bar. Nyack was writing notes in a language.
In a language.
A language.
Yes. What languages do you know?
Those words just scribbled on the page.
Common, well, I mean, obviously common, but Draconic, Druidic, Elvish, and Gith.
Okay, yeah. You don't recognize it. Yeah.
Ah, gotcha. You're writing
But
a note.
then-
All right.
But then I guess I'm heading back to the room after that.
Noted.
Yeah, noted. Mm-hmm.
I guess yeah. Val would probably just like finish out with maybe like a drink or so left at the bar, and then probably make his way to the inn.
Word. Luckily for everyone, those of you who didn't drink yourselves under or over any tables, and those of you who were much more conservative, the inn is in fact just across the street, and y'all have adjoining first floor rooms, and so it is not but a thing to walk inside, either open your own doors or have them opened for you, and get yourself some good rest.
Just as a note, when I do get to the room, I'll take over Wash's trying to take care of Asher, and I'll take over the taking care of Asher.
Oh, I don't take care of him.
He just scrapes them off the bar.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. When I get to the room, I'll handle Asher.
No,
I promise.
I'll say be careful with that.
that statement's loaded.
He is quite inebriated, so Nyack is not touching that with a 39.5-foot pole.
Excuse me.
But the night passes and the morning comes, and there are the sounds of the morning of outside. There are a few people who did not get escorted back to their rooms, did not get pulled away by friends, some in just clumps of people that passed out together, but a few waking up, and the bar has kind of for the morning, it looks as if in preparing for people to either just be passing by and wanting, or waking up and needing something. There are pots being kept warm, and that smell heavily of a coffee smell. Seems like a cauldron of coffee, and it looks like they have bought loaves of bread. They're not fresh at this point, but there are loaves of bread and kind of a charcuterie, kind of just sliced meats all stacked together, to give people something to eat. And there, as you rise, look out the window on that side, there's definitely a bunch of hungover college kids waking up and just having a awful breakfast.
These college kids probably see Asher and Akira doing laps. And probably
the entire time.
Yeah, Asher is probably like almost a mile behind it. Like Akira will literally run back
on your left.
Yeah, on your left. But I'm not letting Asher quit running, no matter how much he vomits.
Which has been a lot at this point. Let's be honest.
I didn't get the chance to talk about what Luca was doing last night after.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. So sorry to interrupt, guys, but it gives you more time to think about what you're doing in the morning.
You're okay.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
So what is not doing in the morning? Getting a speech from Slayer.
That's true. That's gonna be so weird.
Oh man, what?
I mean, it's been so weird this entire time we've been traveling. But so Luca is going to take stock of the diamonds and show them to Akira. And I'm just checking the value that's listed for those. Is that the total value of all of them, or is that each?
Yes. No,
Oh,
that
good.
is
Okay.
the.
I
That
was
is,
about to say that would be
it
terrifying.
is one for. Yeah, no, it is 1-for-1.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So after he's going to explain to Luca just what happened, and that we're probably not gonna see Sarah, and that as much as I was hoping to make him a potential ally, I think that he's not going to be around. But he's certainly not turning into an enemy, which is good.
Okay.
I'm also going to show him the letter, or show them the letter, so that they can see the whole Nyack on retainer thing, which is going to have Luca a little bit kind of on edge.
Yeah, when Akira sees the stuff about Nyack, they look at you. So he secretly had Sarah on retainer, and he has a penchant for making poisons. Who have we fallen in with?
Sure, yeah, exactly.
And given what happened to Kavana, I'm not trying to be present for another deal gone bad.
Me either.
That had nothing to do with me.
But
It totally did.
for now, I just suppose that's a companion to keep an eye on, especially when you're traveling into the Feywild. But I have some questions that I need answered. And I'm going to see if the man that has the answers is willing to talk to me. And Luca starts performing a sending spell.
That sending spell.
Yep, and Akira is there. Akira could read the sending spell as it's going out, if they are so inclined.
Man, if you're not purposely trying to hide it, I guess Akira will read it. But if it's something that you need to keep, Akira knows things. Say, okay, cool. Yeah, they'll read it.
Akira wouldn't be sure who it's being sent to, but what it says is, how much do you still owe? What is your relationship with the De Rollo family? How far in over my head am I right now?
Upon reading it, Akira will look at you and then just pretty much say, how far underwater are we in all of this now? It's
Good point, yeah.
is the real question, hon. How far underwater are we in all of this? Missing friends.
Drowning, perhaps?
So yeah. But if you need to have a conversation with Nyack, I can guarantee you Asher will be busy in the morning.
I can guarantee you that if I have a conversation with Nyack, it's probably not going to turn up anything.
Well,
You can
Asher,
always try.
Asher will still be busy in the morning. Gonna have to get the alcohol out of his system.
I'm going to be honest with you on this one. I think that Asher is a lot more honest than we give him credit for.
Yeah, he's pretty much what you see is what you get, and we saw and we got and we saw and we got.
He's entertaining, but I've seen him throw down.
Yeah, Slayer.
That's really good.
Slayer is a good judge of character, even with this one. So
I'll see if I get a response from this and see where to go from there. But
I was trying to look at. It's taking a moment to load things that I have been asking it to load for almost a minute now.
tomorrow when we meet up in the morning for breakfast, so probably after your training, I want to talk about what I learned from my contact here, because I met with one of the higher ups in the Grin today.
Oh. Okay.
We call him Hush. He's someone that we can trust and we can rely on. That's a promise. And he gave a warning about the League of Miracles.
What about them?
The Grin's been keeping their eye on them. and they seem quite suspicious.
Would it, by the gods, could we just get 1 week without a new mystery falling in our lap? We have 12 old ones we've yet to figure out.
I know. But it seems like they charge a lot of money to make these amazing things happen. You know, buildings constructed overnight using magic. They create constructions of Arcanum that can do incredible tasks for them. It has me a little worried because they do a lot, they charge a lot, and we don't know what their motivations are. They could be benign. They could be malicious. They could even be helpful. We're not sure yet. But for as secretive a society as they seem to be, they sure do advertise pretty blatantly, as you saw yesterday out in the square. We were approached by that student.
Indeed.
But we can talk a bit. I want to tell everybody a bit more about that in the morning. And we also got to talk with everybody about the oh fuck, the what was it called, the thing we got identified,
The mirror.
but yeah,
The mirror. Yeah, the mirror.
We need to talk with everyone about the mirror that we're carrying.
All
I
right.
think that'll be important.
Okay, then we should get some rest and prepare for a big morning. And yeah. So many changes, hun. So many changes. And
Quite a lot.
then Akira, we'll just get ready. We'll get ready for bed and stare at the ceiling, laying next to Luca and thinking about the morning.
You do hear back in your head.
Ooh.
I think I've still got 20 years or 40,000 gold pieces. I haven't heard from you in a long time, kid.
Interesting.
This is really cool.
Interesting. Oh, and Bearded, I'm going to send you something really quick.
I have a question.
Yes.
Due to I mean, it makes sense in my head, and if it doesn't make sense to y'all, that's fine. But due to Akira being the one more closely involved with what happened with Kavana, and it seeming like Luca and Akira seem to be having some sort of private conversation, would it be possible for Wash to tail and observe said conversation?
Well, this conversation didn't happen until we got back to the inn.
I'm aware.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know the.
Yeah. He is a very sneaky guy.
I don't have a problem with Justice doing this. This is fine.
Are you sneaking into our bedroom?
No.
Because that's where the conversation took place.
That'd be near impossible.
Window?
But like,
you perched outside the window, just.
I have a flying broom.
Yes, he does.
And you have a flying owl, I think.
Right? Well, we're all on the first floor though, so this I think we said all the rooms are on the first floor.
I'm sure you can figure it out.
But yeah, go ahead.
There are ways.
Go and throw some stealth. We'll see if you can.
I'm not even gonna pretend that we're like keeping it super safe. So
I do put my hood up as well. For the
this one is
of that.
This one is more of a. I guess it would be sound based because there's obviously.
But I do also have boots of the same variant. So
precisely, just being fully clear. making sure
right.
all of your advantages are covered. I see.
Yes. Wow.
Ooh.
That is actually
Ooh.
awful. Hold on a second. Oh, the stream closed. Why did the stream close? I need to be observing.
Farewell.
Can I? Is there like a fate thing? Or do I have? I do have enough for this. Okay. I'm going to buy a luck point.
All right, buy a luck point, and good lord.
Because goddamn.
Yeah, I made that.
That's something. Did it go through?
It did go through. Also,
Okay.
thank you for the follow, Incorrection, and Pavin's Rats say hello. Oh, I miss Pavin. Sorry, we're good.
Wow.
Okay, fate has decided. Now, as part of that,
Wow.
go ahead and make a perception check as well, because it's going to see how much of what you heard before you are discovered.
Yeah. Well, they have disadvantage to try. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
But anyway.
yeah. That's
What is disadvantage due to my passive perception?
nukes it by 5.
By 5. Okay, so I will have to roll.
What is that?
Yeah, so y'all can both throw a disadvantage.
Wow.
Hey, you.
Oh, I thought the 7 was me for a second. Okay.
I rolled 7 back to back. Why am I not rolling dice somewhere right now?
You're rolling out all the low numbers right now, guys. You're rolling out all the low numbers right now.
At disadvantage, I still got a 15.
At disadvantage, you still met it.
Yeah.
So, Wash, you catch, most everything that was said out loud. You don't hear the response, because the response to the sending is in his head.
Yeah.
But then you're not anticipating it. You're right outside the window, you're cloaked up, and kind of turned close, ear right next to the window, and then suddenly Luca comes over to shut the.
Oh no, Luca notices. Luca does not take action.
Oh, Luca, no, okay. Deception on your part, then.
Deception?
Deception.
Sure. How about a 33?
Wow.
Yeah, no.
I'm not even gonna try.
Well, that's the thing is you discover him because you're going over to the window to like shut the window.
Ooh, got it.
And you catch a glance of him, glance of like his milky eye. It's unmistakable, but you're able to like stop yourself from like lingering from actually showing that you saw him, and just shut the.
I don't know. I've been seen. At least
You don't know.
That's
Yeah,
fucking-
you don't. Yeah,
that's
you don't
wild.
know. You don't know you've been seen, but you know that you
Love
saw
it.
him.
And I don't think Luca's going to close the window, just pull the curtains.
Yeah, just pull the curtain.
And Luca is going to go sit back down and finish having the conversation, which means everything that we discussed there, Wash gets to know.
Okay.
Does Luca eventually tell Akira that Wash was there?
He will, but it's going to be one of those. I think what he'll do is he'll whisper that, like very quietly.
I mean, you can message it to him.
I don't see the point in using a sending.
You whisper it.
Message still requires you to whisper.
You whisper it, and then I telepathically say back, just nod if the answer is yes. Can we trust him?
Grug.
And then Akira shoots back in your brain. Another one for the watch list.
I mean, you like above table. I want to be clear. You definitely can. He's just investigating leads. I want to be clear about that above table.
We don't know that in game.
I know.
But in game,
I know.
In game, we don't know that. And I don't meta, so in game, Akira does not know that.
That's fine. I want the players to know, not the characters.
Luca's response would be a whispered.
Guys, I'm not an asshole. Wash might be, but I'm not an asshole.
His response would be a whispered. I guess we'll find out.
I'm just saying, Wash. It's a bit late for trimming the verge, don't you think?
Akira is going to
sir.
We're in the top of noses.
Akira's fist is gonna go tight, and then they're just gonna let a big exhale out. I am going to meditate and then lay down.
All right, I think I'll join you.
Yeah, and they assume they reach into their pack, pull out some incense, and they assume the lotus position. And because they want some fresh air, they're very happy that Luca didn't shut the window, but they don't go by the window. But they look at it a couple times like the breeze is nice. And then they meditate for a while and then go to bed and then knock on Asher's door at some point in the morning.
Yeah, and one thing I will say is that once Asher being used to hangovers and such, will used to like nursing him and getting over him and all that kind of stuff, waking up at some point, and we'll actually take that Feywild shard that we got from the Vamps, and I will be taking some so I don't know what I could be using, but like in some way he's gonna be fashioning it to his staff. His Skyblinder stuff.
You realize as you're attuned to it, right?
Yeah.
You realize as you go to figure out how to strap it to it and just kind of holding it where you think you want it to be, as you pull your hand away, it looks like it just kind of fuses to it, holds onto it, like the shard. Yeah, the shard actually sticks.
True wild magic sorcerer fashion, just like, I don't know how this works, it just did.
That is one of the features of those shards.
I did not know that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, if you want to attach it to it, if you want to attach it to a thing, to a necklace or a weapon or your staff, you can just put it there, hold it for a second, and
that is really cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So that's
just saying. I'm not bending rules. I'm telling you how the actual magic.
I'm telling you mechanics.
This is mechanics. This is raw. No.
Yeah. So that's what I have to be doing.
But yeah, it's that moment that it stays, and then you move the staff back and forth and do a little try to see if it falls off, and unless you very particularly grab it, hold it, and pull, it does not come back off, and it comes off, and you hold it again, and it stays right where you put it.
Nice.
But doing your hangover laps, there are.
Do you make any con saves for that, by the way?
I'll take con save. Yeah.
I just was curious. I mean,
now that you've offered,
basically, if you want to.
No advantage on this, but I got a 16.
Oh yeah, no, you're. I basically assumed that you drank that 10 platinum at a very cheap student bar, or tried to at least.
Yeah.
There's a point where rolls aren't necessary, but as you get to it with a 16, you've done this many times. You've drunk yourself under the table a number of times, and you have woken up early, especially since you've been with Akira many times, and now it's actually kind of becoming more second nature to you. Akira still has their speed on you by quite a bit. They're like 1.5 U, if I remember correctly, and can bump a real sprint out of it too sometimes.
Oh yeah.
But you actually like, yeah, you're staying with it, and
yeah.
you might be Sam Wilson here, but Sam Wilson versus Steve Rogers is still Sam Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. It's
exactly. Akira is very proud of you for not vomiting this time around. So you're getting used to it, huh?
I wouldn't say that yet, but
So that means we can start adding in the burpees at the end.
no.
That is cruel and unusual punishment.
The man, whoever Mr. Burpee was, I can't remember his first name, but he is
Oh fuck!
very very talented, physically fit man. But I don't want to deal with that.
Okay,
Darius is actually
week.
keeping up with Asher too.
Oh, look at the
I'll
very
see
new
Burpee.
guy. Look at the very new guy. All right.
The very new guy.
I forgot I had knowledge from a past life.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Been a while.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh,
We'll
wow.
remember that for next time.
Akira
Yeah, oh, wow.
will run a workout until it's breakfast time, and about 20 minutes before breakfast, dismiss the workout. No sparring this morning. It's all running and like body weight exercises and some meditation. Always meditation.
As you're running around in the circles, you do notice Stuart walking between places again, like he's still shoulder bag, cradling a book. Looks like he's going places.
I wave at him while I'm running.
And he'll acknowledge you just like with that. Oh, you're that guy that I saw yesterday, or he doesn't know better.
Yeah.
That kind of, oh, I saw you yesterday. And as he goes to keep walking, make a perception check. I want to know if you notice something.
Survey says yes.
Survey says yes, and it would it makes a lot of sense that you would notice this because of who you are and from whom you come from. As he goes to wave, his robe kind of pulls back a little bit, and you see on either side of his belt there are a pair of karambits that look like they're well silvered, curved in a very particular way. The circle at the back, it is the way these karambits are made, and especially with how silver they look on the outside. There is no doubt in your mind that these are Gith crafted, and he has basically one on either side of his belt buckle on his, like, he has a very nice suit. He seems like yesterday you kind of clocked him as a kind of ditzy rich kid, and his suit today very much kind of shows that definitely comes from money of some sort. But yeah, he has a Gith karambit on either side of his belt buckle.
Akira will peel off from the other two and just tell them I'll see them at breakfast, and they are going to trot just a little faster towards Stuart.
He is not running, and you making any sort of accelerated move towards him, you will close that gap. Not with any kind of hardship.
Yeah, and I approach and say, good morning.
and like he had waved and already kind of turned and was walking away, and you come running up alongside him, and he kind of glances over. He basically looks like he's walking to class this morning, and he just, oh hey, nice to see you. What was your name? Y'all were the just passing through, right?
Yes. My name is Akira, and hi. I couldn't help but notice the GIF weapons, or GIF silver, or manufactured weapons at your side.
Oh,
My
you're there.
brother makes such things and has my entire life, so I couldn't help but notice.
Oh, you're interested in Githware. There's
It's not something you see every day, unless you live with GIF like I did.
you lived with Gith, really? And
yeah.
there's a moment it's a very, very poorly conjugated, well, that's wonderful. In Gith, he does not, like, it's obvious, like he's read how to pronounce it, not even actually, perhaps, probably, like, really studied it.
You're not guttural enough. You have to go deeper and harder with your inflections, almost angry, but nice.
Well, that's that is how the Hope Keeper talks. One of my instructors. I'm still kind of learning my wizard craft, but part of my I plan on graduating and then going and using my gifts out in the world. The world is still very wild and strange. I want to make sure that I am not useless in a fight. If magic only goes so far, right? And
I agree. Sometimes you need to punch something.
That's true.
the Hope Keeper is a devotee of Ray that is a professor here at West Hall. I'm actually reason I'm wearing my blades. I'm going in for practice.
Really?
Yeah, he actually is Gith. He taught me, just basic kind of greetings and things.
I would love to meet this gift professor of yours. What time are you meeting with this? Is this a class I can observe?
Well, my first class, and he kind of shows the book that he has on him right now, and in common it says Sylvan Sigils, and a whole litany of subtext under below it. And
Third
a beginner's guide
abridged
to
edition by
Fairfolk Enchantments, Dream Reading, and Contracts by soothsayer Amin Klein.
how to sell your soul on a buyer's market.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. But I've Professor Klein's class first, but around midday, probably I've got about 3 hours and a lecture with Professor Klein, and then. Well, and he, y'all are already, you've been walking with him in kind of middle of the square. He kind of points off, and if over on the side closest to the observatory, that last building before the wall that leads around to the observatory, we have a place to spar in there. It kind of double functions as a shrine to Ray.
Okay. How about this? If my fam, and then Akira stops, almost saying family. If Luca doesn't need me, I will attend the practice.
Well, I'll tell Hopekeeper Dross that you're coming then.
Thank you.
He'll be thrilled to hear from someone who knows a thing or two about Gith rather than idiots like me.
A thing or two. The way they describe the astral sea, I one day look forward to visiting it. But I have to get going.
Me too.
I got people waiting on me, so I will see you. And then Akira literally takes off top speed, leaving a dust trail probably.
Yeah, it is absolutely a dust trail, and your tail kind of that very focused kind of wave, and you're already 100 feet away before. Nice to, thank you. And he very kind of double times it now, that he slowed down to talk.
And I just run to wherever we're having breakfast, and then we'll just hop into whatever, and we'll just kind of hop into the seating and eating.
Well, what do y'all want to do with this day? You have yet another new day before you.
Well, over breakfast, Luca is going to talk to everybody about these new developments. At least when everybody sits down, you just look around the group and say, well, we got the mirror identified.
And what might it be?
Well, it's for communication, typically with stronger entities, specific entities that possess a mirror. I'm not really sure who they're meant to contact, or at least who this one is meant to contact, but it does contact someone specific, someone who possesses one.
Would you like to try to find out who it contacts?
I'd like to find out, but I think that it's a bit risky.
Well, I mean, the vampires are wearing Dwendalian gear. Maybe I should take a look at it. If you don't object.
Sure. Let's take a look at it. See what we see. Luca, I don't think physically is in possession of the mirror, so whoever does have it.
You had it at Gilmore's, Luca.
Oh, right, I had it. Okay, then. Then in that case, Luca will hand it to him. And when he hands it to him, he's kind of going to think about it and just say, is there any chance I can get the key and let you back?
Oh, shit. Sure. And I'll give him the infiltrator's key.
Sorry about that. I believe the traveler is going to be wanting that back. Tucks that into his pocket.
That is a real shame. It was such a nice item. And for the record, you do notice he pulls it from a pouch. It isn't like he had it hanging on his belt or anything.
Oh, it's certainly got its uses, that's for sure.
And then after getting told, okay, here's how you activate it, Nyack will... So my thought process is, I know a lot of people in the Empire. My father knew a lot of people. Maybe this is an associate. Who knows? Anywho. And I'll activate it.
As you activate it, looking at it, it shimmers from just being a mirror, and that it almost like a water droplet hit the bottom of it where you put your thumb, and it ripples through. And as the silver fades, you actually see a very nicely carved wooden room, but it's upside down. Almost like in looking at the mirror, there's a little bit of a loop at the bottom. Almost like the corresponding mirror is hanging upside down on a wall. And looking in, this room is very fine. You being who you are, a little more worldly, cultured. You've seen some shit, good and bad, and this rings elvish to you. The architecture of it, old elvish, and then just kind of looking around, kind of the angles of it. There are instruments on the walls, hanging like one would hang a guitar, lyres, lutes of several different makes, wind instruments in several colors of the rainbow. You had to get a cat toy because the cat is in murder mode.
Of course.
But all manner of instrument lining the walls of this room, and then you see someone lying on a bed, and it's that odd look that you've seen elves do, where like, yeah, they'll lay down and they'll kind of go into this like repose, almost looking like they're going to sleep, but then they don't close their eyes.
It's always so creepy when they do that.
Yeah, and you see this very beautiful woman, this like raven-haired woman, kind of dark brown skin, very sharp elven features, long elven ears, very obviously full elven, and she's just lying there comfortably under some very nice sheets and a comforter, and just kind of lying there staring up at the ceiling. Just activating the mirror, she has not noticed.
All right, can I ask a couple above table questions before I proceed?
Sure, totally.
First, did any of the vampires look elvish in their previous form?
One of them did. He was half elvish, however, like shorter eared features.
Yeah. And are we able to connect the crypt that we took this mirror from to the vampire whom used that crypt? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. The crypt down there. The cave looked natural. The buildup of stone sarcophagi, and all of that was added much more recently than the nature around it. It would make sense that that crypt was made a crypt by those people.
Yeah.
I'll say it honestly looked like a bear cave almost.
Okay. And the third question, which I doubt I'm going to get an answer on, do I recognize the woman just by chance?
Ironically, there is a possibility you might recognize her. The check would be high. Roll history.
Oh, I'm so bad at history. It's rolling. Disregard that second roll. No, I don't know her.
Copy that. Yeah, no, she while you don't know her, she, like, this room looks regal. She, her bed sheets extraordinarily fine. Her the sleeves of the nightie that you can see are very finely crafted, and she, even in her taken down no makeup state, she is well taken care of as a person. She does seem like she looks like she has some standing wherever she is, whomever she is.
Okay.
And I guess most importantly, she does not look undead.
That's a good note. I'm going to call out hello in Sylvan, and when I call out in Sylvan, like, the southern kind of drawl of it completely drops.
And when you call out hello, she startles, and there's this moment where she just shoots up out of bed, and just like is looking around for a moment. Hello?
You're walking up behind me. Scared me.
Hi. Sorry to intrude.
As you sorry to intrude, and she now actually notices and sees, and she's looking at the mirror, and you can tell you're not sure whether she's stunned to see you or stunned to see the mirror. And she's just staring. And it's somewhere between confusion, joy, sadness, concern. A lot of things are flashing on her face right now.
I am sorry to intrude, and I'm also all this is in Sylvan. I'm also sorry to wake you, and also do you understand Sylvan? I'm not trying to presume.
And she very, very eloquently in Sylvan, of course I speak Sylvan. And she kind of stands up out of bed, and her nightie is just this kind of long, single wrap of silk dress that just kind of goes from upper chest down to her ankles, no sleeves, and just kind of just walks over towards the mirror and just kind of reaches and pulls it correct. And where did you get this? Is she kind of stepping off to the side, sits at a desk that looks like it's a makeup desk, like a full complement of supplies.
Yeah. Well, I guess I should ask: were you involved with a half elvish man, perchance?
I have been involved with a number of men. Where did you find this?
It was in a. I'll be honest with you. It was in a crypt, a vampire's sarcophagi. We acquired it, and we were trying to figure out where its mate was, and seems we found it.
A vampire crypt.
Yes. Hence why I asked about the half-elvish men, because one of them was half-elvish.
Yes. That I definitely believe. One of the vampires was half elvish, you say? One of the vampires was half elvish?
Yes, I'm sorry, that didn't come through.
Oh,
Yes,
that's
that
okay.
is correct.
Okay. That explains where. That explains where decades have gone.
I am sincerely sorry for your loss. My name's Shoko. I do apologize.
Shoko. I'm known as Oestra. I'm one of the wardens in Singorn. Where on Wildmount did you find this?
Actually, in Taldori.
You're here on Taldore.
Yes, outside of, or between the Truest Fields and Western was where we found it.
He was this close.
Was that accurate information?
Yes, that is accurate information. She... No, sorry. He was that close all this time. Damn it. I would find it most by the way, Luca, you're right there.
Yes.
Oestra, you would know her. You would know compositions of hers. To elves the world over, she is known as the voice of memory in Elvish.
Okay.
And she is both a spectacular vocalist, composer, and renowned for being a historian, not only of old things, but she's somewhere in the realm of 500 years old. She's, high middle age for an elf. She's lived through an amount of history herself.
I see.
How old is this elf? What did you say?
Over 500.
Okay. Over 500. Don't worry about it.
A lot older than me.
Yeah,
I know one that's probably older. Well,
maybe-
used to.
Maybe little. Yeah. Anyways, but
Poor Corfell.
you might find him someday. But whom you found was my most recent son. He had taken a job in the Dwendalian Empire and was, well, the last I heard, he was part of a delegation going to Whitestone. And then I didn't hear from him again. And I went to Whitestone to try to find him, but it was the middle of there was an overthrow. Apparently there were dark forces at work there, and those dark forces were overthrown. And he was nowhere among the dead, and he was nowhere among the living. And so I didn't know what happened. I feared they had eaten him or turned him into something else or all manner of things. I tried the mirror. The mirror was blank. Wherever it was not able to be seen. And so I thought it lost. If you are, you could tell she's trying to control her emotions by basically shifting gears. If you are on Taldore, if you're on that northern side, if you head south, fairly far south, to be honest, by way of the Wildwood Byway, south from Kybel. It's quite a number of miles, but as you get into the mountains down there, there in the Stormcrests, you would find the city of Singorn. It is a very old elven city, and well, if you wish, if you return this mirror to me,
Return the slab.
if you return this mirror to me, I would take it as a very personal favor. I'm certain I could find some reward to share.
Again, to keep transparency with you, I do fully intend on getting this mirror back to you. We do have some things to do before we can get down that far south. We actually have to take a trip to the Feywild and some other things, but I will make sure personally that this mirror gets back to you, madam.
If you it would well, ironically, Singorn does have some presence in the Feywild as well. If you dare try to navigate the Fey this far south from where you are, if you're able to find your way to Singorn on that side, the city itself can make the transposition, but either side of the veil that we find ourselves, there is still a presence, a contingent on whichever side the city is not. And there are ways to cross over from that side to this that are overseen by them. If you give them the word that the voice of memory has given you dispensation to use that gate, and then use that mirror to summons me, I will be keeping this on my person now. And you will find me whenever or wherever you find me. I will be here.
I assure you, I will get this to you. And If it is closure or not, I do apologize to have to bring this albatross upon you. If there's anything you need, please feel free to let me know. I'll keep this on my person.
It is bringing up feelings that I dealt with years ago. I am not a stranger to loss. I just haven't thought of this one in a while. At least not with the arousal of hope that I had in seeing it lit. But that's okay. Now, knowing that he was suffering as a vampire, knowing that he is now free of that burden, does put me at ease, at an amount of rest that I didn't know I didn't have before now. I am very grateful to you. Jeremy forgot the name again.
Shoko.
I am very grateful to you, Shoko. Thank you.
Of course.
Oh,
I
that
will
was
see
nice.
you when I see you. I'll make
That was
sure this
nice.
gets back to you.
I wish
Try-
Akira had witnessed your kindness instead of Sean, but it's okay.
Oh, no, I mean, if you were
They were
with,
doing it at the breakfast table.
yeah, they were doing it at breakfast.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
sorry.
there.
I thought this conversation happened separate. I'm sorry. My apologies.
No,
I did
you're
go-
okay.
I did
Just
brunch
have-
bad.
And she does kind of like look around a little bit and thank you to whomever Shoko travels with. Hope to meet you.
I'll alert them.
The-
My side is still
they
fully
can hear.
insolvent.
I'll say,
Okay.
and she switched over into common to say, and she sounds very very posh, very highborn as she switches into common. And then she actually kind of stays in common. As she, the time on this will run out shortly. Do take care.
Do take care as well.
And I will give a proper revelry for Sean tonight.
To Sean. And I'll disconnect it.
And yeah, she as well kind of thumbs over it, and the liquid pool turns back into shiny silver.
Akira's going to telepathically contact Luca and say, while I have questions, that definitely lowers him on the watch list.
Luca just nods.
And with this coming out of it, switching back to common for me, well, everyone, not only have I found us a glorious possible friend, I may have found us a surefire way into the Feywild. We just have to return this mirror. Her name was Oestra, the voice of memory.
Luca nods in recognition of that, and I guess he's getting a little bit used to being starstruck these days.
Akira, not knowing who this person is just like, okay, and so I guess that's one other thing on the list. Not a problem.
She's famous for her compositions and music.
Yes, hearing the name now, I do think I recognize it from some ballads.
I know how to play several of her songs.
Akira's going to look at Luca How many famous people do you know?
It's not that I know her; it's that I know her songs.
Oh, okay. Because you've known people from Vox Machina, which I've recently learned that's a pretty big deal. And because remember, Akira didn't know this before. Like they didn't know about Vox Machina until Slayer. So be aware that Akira did not know about Vox Machina until
Yeah,
Slayer.
sure, Vox Machina, those guys. Yeah.
But having met two of them now, three of them.
That's great. You were part of the Avengers. Who's that? Are you in a band?
Is that a band?
Exactly.
Uh,
Like Akira didn't have the context for Vox Machina until meeting Derolo and other people. Now they know how
Right.
big this is, and they're now learning how rich Luca is, and
Well, not
not
exactly.
not like exactly, but highborn. Like there's more to
Yeah,
Luca, so
I mean,
now they're
Toity.
right. Luca knows people, so that's why Akira looked at Luca and said, "How many famous people do
Yeah.
you know?" Because it seems like lately it seems like we're running into everyone, and some of them you seem to be really chummy with. And there's the knight. It's just a lot. It's a lot.
The fact that Luca is not having to get accustomed to having a guard.
I
Exactly.
will.
Huh? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bearded.
Oh, I was gonna say that, like when you do mention that, when you do say like, there's a lot of how many people do you know? Whatever. Like Asher will kind of chime in and be like, yeah, ever since I've been around, I've run into a lot of really big people with deep pockets. So I is that a coincidence, or I don't normally rub shoulders with as many people like that.
You know what? For once, me and Asher are kind of on the same page. I have the same inquisitive look at my face. Like, yeah.
What's happening?
I will say.
I mean,
Go ahead, Wash.
my association with the Derolo family is already well known and pointed out, I think.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know what, Wash? I didn't know how big the Derolo thing was until I had a chance to visit their manor and stay on the grounds for a little while.
Wait, you didn't
I
know
mean,
who
the-
the Derollos were?
The original Lords of Whitestone. I fell into Slayer there for a second. God damn it.
Yeah, you did.
Ah, son of a bitch. It's so hard to break.
Remember that Akira grew up in a small town in Wildmount.
Yeah, Akira did not know much outside of the walls of Grimgalir, and
I
then other
don't know
things were
that.
like other things are stored.
Oh,
But I'm
well,
just
then,
saying, yeah.
Luca just made you aware of it. He's, Akira grew up in a small town in Wildmount.
Oh, well, guess we live under a rock.
Wildmount is not a rock. But more to the point. So apparently we re-killed her youngest son.
So we did her a favor.
Re-killed. I like that phrasing.
Yeah.
Re-killed.
Akira actually kind of laughs and fist bumps Nyack for the re-kill.
He's definitely returning that fist bump. Definitely.
Take him where you can get him.
As one of his previous number, I think put to rest would maybe be a more accurate term of what was done.
I don't know.
I do apologize for my
we should be
inconsideration.
respectful of the non-living. And if he has said that re-killed is offensive, we will.
I didn't say it was offensive.
We will respect that. Oh, not offensive. Okay, I'm sorry.
Maybe.
I didn't say it was offensive. I was saying put to rest may be more accurate. I mean, it's
that's
hard to really kill something twice. Funny though.
Well, you say that, but then Akira's kind of like, was that thing alive? Like Akira's like thinking on past adventures, like, was that thing alive? Maybe it wasn't. So never mind.
To the point, she has said if we bring the mirror to her, I let her know that we're trying to get to the Feywild, and she said we could tell her that the voice of memory allows us to use a gate, and we could go through the city of Sigurn, How
Singorn? Yeah,
Singorn.
Singorn. Yes.
Singorn.
Singorn. That's, I believe,
Sigourney
the word you're
Weaver?
looking.
Yeah, Singorn. We could go through the gate
DMCA Weaver?
in the city of Singorn. And she's not mad at us. She's glad that we have set him free of his affliction.
I'd be a little weirded out if she was mad at us for killing her vampire son. Just saying.
Oh, she didn't. Anywho, very nice lady. I cannot wait to get to meet her in person.
Enhance.
And yeah,
It caught me at the right moment.
I said what I said. Twice.
so if you guys are amenable to it, our best bet may be going down to Singorn. Going down
Singorn.
to
Is Singorn. That's the word you're looking for. Singorn. Say it with me.
Singorn.
Bro, knowing how eloquent you can be, hearing you struggle with that word was great.
Well, thank you. Going down to Singorn. That may be our best bet to get into the Feywild to save our little furry friend, and to help out the traveler, and then figure things out from there. That may be our best bet.
So, on the road again?
You never even met Shade.
I
That's
just
my
can't
point.
wait, Wash. I just can't wait.
All right.
Did we sell the Warcast? It wasn't a Warcaster one, it was a War.
Yeah, we
one.
did.
We did. Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
asking because now I have an open attunement slot because someone wanted to take the key back from me.
I do have some good news for you on that end, depending on what kind of armor you may or may not be wearing.
What you thinking?
Luca has 7 successes towards a creation or towards bracers of armor,
That
which he
may
won't be able to use because he doesn't have the attunement slots for it. So we'll see what happens there.
We shall see.
Or I'll take another level in whatever class I need to get another feat and just pick up Mr. Conflux, and
Right.
that way my AC can be higher than a 17. It's gone up by
Hey.
1.
You know,
I just got up to step-
you had several weeks on a cart.
Oh, do you want me to make a couple of rolls at that?
Well, I'm gonna double check something, just to see how long it would take without rolls. Because basically, I treat like, if you want to roll for it, great. If you want to put time into it, also great. But essentially, one or other. So give me a second.
Speaking of creating things, Val, how many of those greater potion healings did you end up making?
I got
Each
5
person
more.
gets one.
Yeah, so I had made the 5 initial, and that had cured. I had made 5 more, which I'm holding on to for now. And I could probably make more. I have the materials.
I was just curious because I remember, because the reason I'm remembering that I remembered that Jeremy said you did this during the travel is because I did actually put potions of greater healing into the Slayer chest.
Yeah, you did. I actually remember that.
Well, you bought those from. Those were the ones you bought from.
Did we
Gilmore.
buy those ones?
Yeah, we bought some from.
Oh, those were the ones we bought. Okay, never mind.
From.
Oh, I actually thought you got those from Val. Maybe I was wrong, but I know you had them. I remember
we
that.
bought some from Gilmore's.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, Gilmore's.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Right. So okay, well then, so in Slayer's chest, I have 6 more potions of greater healing.
Is that the greatest feeling?
One more note on this conversation. Luca, I gave her my word that I'd hold on to this mirror until we got to her. Is that amenable to you?
I don't see why that would be a problem. It should be fine. If she's willing to help us, then I think that's more than acceptable, and you're the one she's been in contact with. So if she needs to contact us, she'll probably be happy to contact a familiar face.
Of course. And by the way, part of she knows me as Shoko. Keep it that way.
I've noticed that you use that particular pseudonym.
Namaker?
Namdigir.
Whatever you wish to call it.
Moniker?
I do use that one a lot. I have a lot. That's the one that is newest, so I can use it the most before it gets worn out. Yeah.
Akira
It's a good sobriquet.
Akira will spend the next 2 minutes with Wash saying synonyms for moniker.
There we go.
It's a good sobriquet.
I prefer it as alias is the term I normally use, but all right.
I prefer sobriquet. It's a good word.
It is a good word.
I never watched
But that word kind of gets stuck on my tongue, kind of like Singorn. Gets a little bit stuck
I
there.
see. Understandable.
It's the S sounds. The S sounds are hard
Have
to
you
do
tried
with
freeing
you
your
know.
tongue? I hear that's a thing birds do.
I have, but mainly it's the beat that gets in the way. The sound kind of goes around it weird, and it messes everything up.
Makes sense.
It's all right. I use the name of Rudis Gallagher when speaking to those gods.
this entire thing.
Bless
is
your heart.
on-
That was a situation that.
What was that, Asher?
I said this entire conversation has gone off the rails.
Yes, sir.
Like this.
They were real?
So I believe Tim, throw 5.
Yeah, throw 5. Let's do it.
I see that in
Yeah,
the
I
chat
threw
from
that down.
Jeremy.
Yeah, I threw that down.
Hey. Yo.
Oh.
Oh.
It's okay. Technically, I should have been throwing them at advantage because I usually use
Enhanceability.
enhanceability.
So, yeah.
I can throw them in order to throw by advantage if you want. I should have been throwing them by advantage the whole time, though.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Should be
I
20,
should have been
19,
doing that
23,
for
25,
myself.
9, 11. 9, 11.
Go on. Inside jobs. Throw 4 more. Throw 4 more. I'm gonna match that 11 to the 20.
Oh, we getting some inside jokes to go with inside jobs?
Indeed.
Ah, zing.
And
How many more did you say?
Quatre mas.
4 more. Okay, sorry.
How often do we like low flying airplane jokes?
So
I'm glad that there's advantage. 'Cause that's
Meow.
terrible.
Oh my god.
I'm totally gonna have to remember to use enhanceability next time I go foraging and things like that,
Yeah,
because I have that too.
Yeah, kind of like how I need to remember to use knowledge from a past life,
Yeah,
so that
yeah.
like I still would have beat you.
Friends
With the fucking-
don't let friends forget
Yep,
bonuses.
Yeah.
But that did take that 9. That advantage did take that 9 to a 24. So
Hell yep.
hell yep, indeed. Over that 2 weeks, that would equate to that. Retconningly, as you are talking about asking if he has a need for things, you actually can reach into your bag and pull out very well completed braces of defense.
I think my hope will be to hold on to them until I can pick up Mystic Conflicts next level. So,
No worries.
because I've been working on these. I've been working on these for a while.
Just hey,
I was working on these back before we had all these new party members.
He also very much, you have seen him with his shift weave. He does bamf out leather armor, studded leathers from time to time.
I was working on this when we still had Shade.
Yep.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I just want to note this. You're like, hey, I have something that may help you, but actually, I'm not going to let you have it.
Well, it wasn't
Well,
quite like
it was
that.
it was the realization that
It was out of
No,
character.
I know.
I've been working
I'm
versus
just picking
armor.
at you.
but
It wouldn't help you though because you already have leather armor.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't help me.
It would help me though because I
it's-
don't wear armor. Ha.
yeah, it's as good as studded leather for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me,
But-
I'm as good as studded leather just standing there, and it's not considered armor. That's because dragon scales.
Right.
Yeah, baby.
Actually, worse. Yours is as good as studded leather +1 magical studded leather.
Boom.
You are magical
Ooh.
studded leather, is what I mean to say.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He and I had
'Cause-
the same AC.
Well,
It's hard.
That's only because of the code of the crest.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, that's mine too. We're still at the same AC, Luca. We're still the squishy ones.
What's your
I will
AC?
always be the squishy.
17.
Yeah, 17.
All three of you?
I'm at 19.
Oh, okay.
Like, I can easily.
You said 17 as well, so I was like, wait, what?
Oh no, because I heard them say 17 for themselves.
Yeah.
But I can have mine at 20 if I decide to unattune from that the sky sail.
Gotcha.
That's
I'm at 19.
so.
Feels weird to be sub 20, doesn't it, Justice?
So the big
Yeah.
the big question does become with your day between now and Akira, are you inviting them to come with you to this meeting with a gift, or are you planning on doing that all by yourself, or what it do?
Sorry, I don't. You probably didn't see it. I had to answer my door, but I'm back now. I will let Luca know. That I will tell Luca about going to see the GIF instructor and going to going to watch the training. Also I'm going to message Eredrin and tell him that I found someone with gift weapons that are silvered. And I know that is uncommon a little bit, right? Remind me, I could be wrong.
Basically, every gift weapon is silvered.
Oh,
Well,
every gift weapon. Okay, I'm sorry.
Most
But to see
gift
them on a non-gift person.
Yeah,
But to
most
see them
gift
on a
weapons are
non-gift.
silvered, but there are people who silver their weapons because it is effective against certain types of magical creatures. But like someone with silvered weapons in a gift style is extremely rare.
Right. And so that's like seeing someone with gift weaponry that's not a gift. That's the part that's out of the ordinary. Would I be correct in assuming that?
Correct.
So yeah, I messaged Eredrin and say, I see. Because what race was Stuart again? What was his?
Oh, he's a human.
He's a human. Yeah. So I let Eredrin know that I've seen a human with gift style weaponry, and that he is learning to speak gift. He speaks it proper and bad. It's more like how you told me certain higher ranking gift would speak. But yeah, like they'll just kind of, and you know what, they'll fully catch Eredrin up in a kind of a gossipy way, and let me tell you about Asher, blah 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 blah. And then they tell Eredrin about Nyack and unfortunately update them on the Slayer situation.
I'm wondering what Eredrin would think of Asher, honestly.
Eredrin is now in a relationship, so nothing.
Fair enough, actually.
But Akira, knowing Eredrin's history, knows that Eredrin would hit that. So,
to give you an idea of how I've had Stuart. He's a very smarmy, handsome, blue-eyed, red-haired man.
Mm-hmm.
Right there, you should be able to see it in the Roll20 now.
Oh, let me go to roll. I'm sorry, I looked for it in Discord.
Well,
I'm sorry.
my goodness.
Okay.
How smart.
Oh my.
Right now.
Yes.
How smart man's
Everything's different now.
But Akira does tell Luca that they're going to watch him train. They update Eredrin on all the latest gossip. And you know what? They're reaching out to Eredrin more now than they did previously in the wake of Slayer, because they sometimes just kind of like reach out. They're definitely more talkative with Eredrin now than they were prior to Slayer situation. But yeah, Akira will tell Luca, and if anyone wants to join me, Wash, Asher, Nyack, it's a training. Wash, I don't think given that you seem to be quite capable. Asher's the only one who I know physically is not really that great yet, but we're working on it. We're working on it. As Akira
I think he's
mocks,
stronger than me.
throws a punch at Asher, but we're working on it.
Ow.
But if you guys would like to attend, there's nothing wrong with observing techniques and maybe learning, and maybe we get to know each other because we may be bleeding for each other soon. And Akira's going to look at both of you with like a super serious but a sad look in their face. I have to learn to trust you with my life. And right now, that's not easy.
Which two is Akira looking at?
Asher and Nyack, but
Okay.
but they're kind of they do turn their head to Wash, and they look at Wash and say, "I want to trust you, and I think I have to, at least right now." So instead of saying I may have been a little rude, and I apologize, none of you are new guy or newer guy or yesterday's new guy. You are Wash, Asher, and Nyack. I am Akira. Welcome to Just Passing Through.
Wait, that's not actually what y'all are calling yourselves? That's silly.
No, it's just it's just
Honestly,
it's in honor of the Slayer.
it's way easier to say that every time. When someone says, "Who are you?" you just say, "Well, we're just passing through." And people started actually calling us that, and we think it's hilarious.
We'll whatever name the world gives us for whatever we do, it's fine. Right now, I just want to save my friends.
Yes.
Go make fun of my sibling, and maybe return to Grimgalier after I visit Luca's family.
My family. You want to visit my? Oh, okay. Right. That's
Are we going
yeah.
to see Lucas' family? Like, we're going to go to Lucas?
The Menagerie Coast, as I recall, but that's not high on the priority list yet.
Wait,
Getting our
you're
friends
from the
back
Menagerie-
first.
Like, you look over at Luca. You're from the Menagerie Coast.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Nicodranus specifically.
Really? I've got some connections over there.
Yeah, that's his last name too.
What?
Wait, isn't it Nicodramus? I'm sorry. Did I?
No.
No, it's
Okay.
No,
it's Debutois.
It's Debutois.
Deborah, I'm sorry.
That would be hilarious.
I'm over here like your last name.
Luca Chicago.
You know what? You laugh at that, but I know two different people not related last name Chicago.
That's
Oh, really?
I know a whole family of Irelands. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Same here, actually. Yeah.
And I know some Virginia. I know some.
I know like 5 other people named Justice in the town I live in. So
That's surprising to me.
There is something in the water.
But
Justice in the water.
no, my apologies. You know what?
On TikTok who have bearded as their name, so
You know what it is? It's because he said I'm from House Debutoir from Nicodramus before, so I think I just kind of merged everything
Oh, that makes sense.
together. I kind of merged everything together. So I take back my previous statement.
I know that
is
Akira wouldn't say that.
Yeah, so I'll take back my previous statement. But yeah, Akira looks at the three of you, and I have to learn to trust you right now, and that's not going to be easy. And you have to learn to trust me. And I was treating this as a one-sided thing because I'm angry. I'm angry as what happened to my friends. I'm angry that this isn't how I saw things going, but this is where we are, and we all have things we have to do. And I want to trust you all. I need to trust you all.
I will say, just passing through may be what y'all are called in these parts, but I do know a lieutenant of the guard who has chosen to call y'all's group the Bane of Grimgalier is what they called it.
The Bane of the Bane? I live there. I don't want to be the Bane of where I live. Like Akira, looks so distraught.
You've saved so many people there.
Do note he was Royal Guard, so he has kind of that bit of a jaded opinion. I think something about the
I have
temple
a
or something.
good relationship with the captain of the guard, and we fought off an attack against the temple. This is
I
that's
sacrificed.
frustrating.
We
I'm just-
sacrificed our apartment.
Look, I am just relaying information. I'm not saying I agree with that name. In fact, I quite like just passing through. I'm just relaying information I thought y'all might want to know, since now I know that y'all are calling yourselves just passing through.
I don't see why they would call us the Bane of Grimglear, since we've saved that place so many times.
I call Eridrin right in front of you. Do you know what they're calling us back there?
You try and shout into the stone. You have already spent the stone.
Asper's over here going like, wait, you guys are the Bane of Grimglear? Like,
No, we are not. No.
I can tell by the look in
No.
your shit-eating eyes that that means nothing to you.
Oh, there's nothing by name. Don't even worry about it.
Stupid sexy ass.
And besides, I mean, if it's any consolation to you, I mean, he does kind of owe a lot of child support taxes right now, the whole affair and kind of thing. So if you want to get back at him, I mean, there's that for you.
I just realized that Bearded is blue. It's a DMCA. It's a DMCA. It's DMCA.
So blue.
He has a blue house and a blue window, though.
No, it's all red.
And a blue Corvette?
Corvette, it's standing outside.
Yeah, now I saw red.
Seeing red
Also
again?
a song.
Seeing red again?
I'm blue. If I was green, I would die. If I was green, I would die. If I was green, I would. Sorry.
Do-do-do. But I guess again. Anything else to do before midday? Moving
Before midday,
Gathering
I'd like to
materials.
go back to the Wild Mother.
Thinking.
Oh, you're. Did I hear gathering materials? You're going flying out into the countryside again?
Yeah, may as well.
Oh, before Val leaves, Akira has a request on your ventures out. Lavender. If you see any.
Gotcha.
If you see any.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Sounds good, can do.
Oh, and anything that would be good for making salves for Slayer's muscles. Because, because he could easily get bed sores. He's laying in one position almost all the time. So
He's extremely heavy, so it's gonna be hard to move him out of that position.
yeah. Akira, you all have seen Akira struggle lifting up Slayer's dead weight in the back thing before.
I'll tell you, I'm not helping because he
Leave
would
it-
literally
leave it to
crush
the-
my hollow bones.
Leave it to the knight. He's wearing the belt of strength.
Yeah, Adarius is in fact hitching up the wagon and getting the horses set up and.
Akira is
getting
going to go to Adarius while he's doing that, while Luca is not there, and ask and look at Adarius and say, "Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What's this like? What is this like? Like this protecting Luca and by default me at all times? What do you dedicated your life to Luca or his family or?
I've dedicated my life to House Debatoire, and they sent me to reinforce him on his travels, and thusly here I am. And I mean, have you ever devoted yourself to not just one person, but to a whole family?
I mean, I'm dedicated to those who've raised me. I'm dedicated to my friends who I've made over the past year or so. But I've never. I mean, I would lay down my life for Luca because I love him, but you would lay down your life for him because it is your duty?
Yes. Their family takes care of me and mine, and thusly, I take care of them.
Darius, I am not used to such things, and I find it a lot is new and a lot is strange. You being a part of that. Um, but if you protect my Luca and you look out for him, then I will also look out for you.
Oh, well, if you're going back to see Luca, by the way, tell him to tell his friend Sarah. Tell him to tell Sarah thanks. And he reaches over and picks up a crossbow.
Oh,
The crossbow that he had lent to Sarah. He says he got it tuned up a bit, a heavier string on it. It fires much better.
I will be certain to tell him that, Darius.
And in fact, he got me, and he kind of like turns to the side, and you see a just kind of it looks like a leg holster, but it's empty at the top. And
Okay.
he reaches down and it looks like a crossbow bolt just shoots out of it up into his hand. And he gave me this magical quiver. It's not endless, but it has just regular old crossbow bolts in it, and he drops that one in, and another one shoots up that has a slightly different color feathering on the back of it, and then the tip of it has just a very very small simple glyph circle around behind the arrow tip or the bolt tip.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me if I shot this at somebody that they would fall and regret their decisions.
I'll tell you
That's a way
what,
to put it.
Darius. I will definitely tell Luca that.
It
And
was. I thought it was very kind. He said it was for loaning him the crossbow. So if that is the sort of repayment his friends give, I will gladly accept and serve under that auspice. And he shoves it back.
not only is that the type of people Luca keeps around, he keeps around a lot of positive things. And so I'll see you at training in the morning. Make sure you wake up Asher.
Most certainly, I will make sure to be in charge of waking up Asher.
Darius, you don't have to answer me right now, and I know you're dedicated to Luca's family, but somewhere along this journey, I want you to tell me what you dream of. Not today, but what does Darius want? Think about it. And Akira will make their way back towards wherever Luca is at this juncture.
That's actually a very easy answer.
Akira still keeps walking.
Not gonna lie. I full on expected you to be like, you don't have to answer me right now, but I just want to know. I fully expected, like, do you think Luca likes me? Like, just like
I know he likes me. So
This is true.
Don't need this affirmation.
that's a mystery that's already been solved.
Ask anyone, really. I mean, to be
Luca
honest.
knows where his butter is breaded.
Oh my! So
Oh my.
Also, Sean, I DM'd you.
I'm gonna just remember where his butter is breaded forever.
and as you head off,
That's a fucking phrase.
we zoom over to the wild arbor where Nyack took himself off to go visit.
Yeah, I was just going to go visit, I guess, meditate or hang out for a little bit till midday comes, see if Amber Jade is there to hang out for a little bit, stuff like that.
Flying in, and now it's not exactly a maze, but it is it's a hike, and a very particular path one would take, but knowing that, and even just being able to fly over the top, the top of the arbor, you get to the center, and Amber Jade is currently sitting on a stump that is cut and placed, and very specifically placed around the central area. She looks like she's probably there often and throughout the day, but is currently kind of taking her ease as you fly into the clearing, and she clocks you almost immediately. And there's that smile and the kind of adjusting of the cloak to more actively show her face and wave.
Well, hello there. How have you been, my friends?
And she stands up and well, I'm still humming some of your tunes from last night.
Well, thank you.
No, not at all. Thank you. What can I do you for today? Hopefully, I haven't burned off another arm of feathers.
No, still, and he doesn't really have any like cloak on, so like he's like, no, still got all my feathers. I just came to visit for a little while, and I was actually kind of wondering if you could tell me more about the Wild Mother.
More about the Wild Mother. You, well, I mean, I suppose it's well within my purview to talk about her, and she does kind of start going into this almost sermon-like explanation of the days before the calamity, when the Wild Mother walked Exandria, and where she walked forests grew, where she wept springs would erupt from the ground. Things like that, very very flowery, very for us it might seem allegorical. For them it very well could be true in the magical world that you live in. And then talking about the days after the divergence, where at the end of the battles between the prime deities and the betrayer gods, where they separated themselves from Exandria behind the divine gate, where she helped bind Asmodeus himself, the Prince of Hell, to drag him beyond the divine gate, so that his schemes could not be exacted by him on Exandria, at very least. And then how there are now there are still trees that bear the they bear marks, symbols, growth patterns of such ancientness that they had to have been around back then. Some of them even seeming to have magical properties, and blessings of the Wild Mother on them. And it's just this very it's very, for lack of a better term, biblical in scope, in the way she's talking about, and she's talking about centuries passing in a couple of paragraphs, kind of speaking. And she basically, as long as you listen, she will kind of just keep talking. Occasionally people passing by paying attention and chiming in their own little additions to the story, and oh, wasn't it this, and oh right, yes, and kind of going back and forth with it.
Once after a couple hours, when it's about the time that Akira wants us all to start with the gift, once I see kind of like her kind of coming, I guess, to a close. I know she could probably drone on for hours, but
Oh yeah. And she essentially it does get to a point where it's like where she's kind of said the core of it, but there have been tangent on tangent on tangent that have drawn away from just core doctrine to very esoteric, specific kind of things.
yeah. Rounding near the end of it, like in one of the esoteric passives, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just that was lovely to listen to and to learn about, Amber Trade.
Well, thank you for listening.
Of course, I thank you for all you've taught me about this. I mean, I'm from the Dwendalian Empire. They don't really condone a lot of gods over there.
That's true.
And
If you want a subtle way to focus your prayer and reach out for her, and she reaches for her neck, and as she kind of draws a necklace out from inside her robes. It has a number of little carved wooden animals, maybe 3-4 inches long, inch or two wide. Just, they're hand carved, fairly nicely hand carved. And she kind of gestures towards it, and kind of looking at you, gets a little cheeky side grin, and just yanks and snaps the little loop back off of one that is owl shaped. And she offers it to you, and you hold on to this little totem here, and you ponder on her. She'll hear you.
I will. Thank you for all the help you've been to me, whether you helped me or not, beyond the physical, helping me figure some things out. Thank you greatly for that. And whenever
I am an instrument in her hands.
Whenever I'm in Western, I promise I'm going to make sure to stop by, maybe play a song or two.
I'd like that very much.
Thank you again. And kind of like finishing things off, as I don't know, like I'll, as I take it and as I go to like, I guess shake her hand, kind of, I'm going to slip a couple more poisonous plants in there, just like in the grandma giving someone money, you know, the handshake, like the, you know what I'm saying? Am I like?
No, yeah, no, I totally get that.
Y'all made me feel crazy for a second.
You're good. You're good.
And she,
Yeah.
and she
I think
looks
what you're
at it.
looking for is the type of handshake they did in The Wire.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she looks at it and just she a smile, and she actually just takes that sprig and actually kind of tucks it into the knot of hair that she's kind of like underneath the cloak as she kind of pulls it back. There's a little bit of what looks like scarring on the. It looks like baldness at first, and then you kind of see what looks like acid scars. And it's kind of a not it's not uniform, like kind of the that part is scarred up, but then the rest of her hair is kind of growing out and around it, and kind of off to the side right here she just tucks the sprig of nightshade. And
Seeing that Nyack is kind of a sign of solidarity, as I've said, he's always worn this kind of like fine metal headdress. Kind of before he leaves, in like a, as I said, a subtle sign of solidarity, he's going to remove that, and there will be 4 deep knife gouges where no feathers grow on the upper part of his face, and he's going to say, "If ever you need anything, and I mean anything, let me know, and I will make sure it gets handled."
And there's a moment where you show that, and she, oh no, love, sometimes I forget. A while back, Westrun had a bad stroke of luck. Taldori had a bad stroke of luck. Bunch of very old, very angry dragons attacked us, subjugated us. Here in Westrun, we had the misfortune of Umbrasil, a would-be king. Drained us of a lot of our resources, mistreated us, a lot of us. Seemed to take a certain umbrage to good people trying to do some things. I escaped, not unscathed, but definitely less scathed than a lot of us back then. If you really want to if you're thinking you've got some sort of want to serve, to help, to make things righter, there's people that still gather at the the survivor's legacy. Out in east part of town, there's a main entrance into the Underwalk, part of the city that's kind of a undercroft, but also it's old town. Also, there's some weird shit down there. Also, it's a number of things. But back in the day, a lot of us hid out in the Underwalk, and now in that area where we hid ourselves, started out a little less official, just us chalking our names on the wall, and now it's a whole thing. Thousands of us that survived, and many thousands that didn't. There's a wall of the living and a wall of the fallen. Goes on for quite a ways. A lot more officially carved now these days. But there are people that hang out down there that down on their luck, and you know, if you're looking for a place to put your good intentions, a lot of folk down there could use it. And you could, you know, brush off my name if you walk by.
I'll keep that in mind, but I do mean it when I say to you, not only in reference, but if there's anything you need, if it's just to find a specific plant, or if there's anything you need, don't be a stranger. But I'll definitely go check that out at some point.
Well, you know, you've brought some. I mean, not to say nightshade is entirely common, but it's more common than not. But the weirder, the better. When it comes to plant life. You
And I
find
have something you must taste before I leave.
For as far as plant life. Wait, what are you talking about? Thing to taste?
Yeah, the bloodiest of sangrias.
The bloodiest of sangrias. And you bring out this trapezoidal bottle, and she looks at it at first and kind of sees the cloudiness of it, and then pop the top of it, and she takes just a quick soft waft and just, whoo! You sure you ain't a dwarf?
I have a lot of friends. No, but actually, you might find this interesting because I took. It's made almost entirely of poisonous items that I have actually rendered inert. They won't harm you. They just kind of kick it.
I'll be the judge of that. Give us and she kind of like she being a dwarf, there's an assumption of knowing how to drink, but it's almost like she hadn't done this in a while, and then just kind of breathes a few times, brings it close, and takes a quick sip of it, and there's that. Woo! All right. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. Yeah, no, that's a unique brew. That could probably kill a lesser person for sure.
Yeah, well, possibly, but and I'm gonna take just a quick swig of it.
Keep out of reach of children. Know what I mean?
Oh, definitely. But again, it was a pleasure talking to you again.
Why is it spicy?
That may be, ironically enough, that may be the leaves of the tomato plant. That's it.
That's the one. Okay, that makes sense. Very nice. No, it's a good aftertaste. It's just I wasn't ready on it. All right.
It's something, but bless you and thank you again for all the.
Oh, if this is the kind of wine you're going to bring to Sacrament, you're welcome here anytime.
I will keep that in mind. And kind of like, are you a hugger?
And she opens her arms, all 4'10" of her.
I'll give her a quick hug and then flutter off to where I need to be.
And just when you're holding her close, she does just whisper, may her eyes watch over you. And you fly off. I remember, speaking of people flying off, for the first part of the day, just burn one spell slot of the second level, Mr. Valineth, and throw one check for finding stuff.
Oh,
That's just
Go back.
little bit of time.
it's 21.
Ta-da.
Nice.
Well, then we'll give you 50 gold worth of stuff. How about that?
That sounds pretty good to me.
Pretty good.
Well, it's not bad for a little run.
Not bad for a morning fly around the outside. Also make a perception check.
Was he able to find the lavender within that?
Yes, with a 21, you definitely are able to find some lavender.
Okay, cool.
21, isn't that 9 plus 10? 21? Nothing? Really? No Vine references? Gosh.
That one's burnt, my
It's an
friend.
old one, man. Around for like 12 years at least.
It even went over my head.
Nothing goes over my head. I would catch it. My reflexes are too fast.
It's too fast.
But I'm so sad that I'm so proud. Is that weird? Anyway. Anyways.
My pride brings me sadness.
So you wanted a perception, yeah?
Yeah.
So you got it there.
Yes, this is what I'm doing.
Oh,
I'm clicking buttons that that let me see things. Make sure I'm talking less out of my ass and more out of my armpit.
Gotcha. There you go.
Hey, Ace Ventura talked out of his ass. I mean, we all like that.
Yes, he did talk out of his ass. Ace Ventura most certainly did.
I'm way bigger than Ace Ventura. It's fine. But you as you're out there, when you see the lavender, and you come flying in, it is in a garden area, like on the fence line of a garden area, kind of growing through the fence, and there's it looks like a tower, like a 3-4 story tower. Nicely kept garden, or at least it looks like it was probably nicely kept, because things look like they have rows and are orderly, but like all of it has somewhat overgrown a bit. And what form are you flying around in?
Oh, probably something that's, just like your standard run of the mill, maybe like a raven or something. Something that's not going to draw much attention that I can still get around and get what I need.
Right. And you've got your one claw, mostly full of some stuff, and then you're there and you're kind of picking at the stuff, and you notice that there's a man in wizardly robes. Wait, no, I said man. I am mistaken. Jecht is not a man. Yeah, you see a woman in wizardly robes. The this braided crown of red hair, tied back, the braids tied back, and looks like she's very well put together. Kind of, probably 30s or 40s, human, and she has this book in her hands that she's flipping through the pages of, and it looks like she's like referencing spells. You know a wizard and their spell book kind of look. It's a very nice spell book, and she's holding it, and she flips a few pages and looks like she focuses on the entry door to the tower, and she does some arcane fuckery and blasts energy at the door, and the door, like, it looks like it absorbs the energy, and then just like nothing happens, and you hear her just very out loud, very in common, just swear very loudly, and she starts flipping to another one, and she's kind of looks like she's not paying attention enough to you, but like she is kind of engrossed in her own thing, but there's a thing going on.
See, now I'm trying to deduce on whether or not it seems like she's trying to break into somewhere, or if she's practicing something and it's just not working.
Well, if she's trying to break in, she is not being very sneaky about it, because it was a like a doom 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 doom, because it's kind of echoing thump when she hit the door with the spell. Go ahead and make an insight check.
Oh boy. Oh, I guess I'm okay at these.
Yeah, you're not bad.
And it's wisdom too right now, so
It's wisdom right now, in fact.
yeah. Well, I say I'm not that good at it when I hit a natural 20 for 29.
You're trying to pull a Luca, and I know what you're doing. I'm not that good at it. Natural 20, baby.
That's what happens every freaking time.
If it works, it works.
It's
not something that I plan. It just happens.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying too. It's like I've got a +9, so it's not bad. I was like, we'll see what happens. Dink.
It's a ritual.
Luca is, in fact, amazing at all kinds of things, apparently.
Yeah.
Like surviving. Anyways, so you can tell that, like, while she's a wizard, she's not powerful enough, and her accoutrement, while it's a nice book, it's not that nice. It's not nice enough that, like, have tower, have personal garden, and you kind of look at the garden, and there's some, you might actually be able to find even more nice herbs there, and they're overgrowing. But like, some of them are rarer herbs, just glancing over them. And so, like, someone who's cultivating pretty rare herbs and has their own tower and all this, it's incongruent with how she's dressed, how she's trying to bust into this tower. Someone who would have a tower like this, and one that could just absorb magic shot at a door that looks like it's made out of plain wood. There's an incongruency there.
Gotcha.
She is trying to get in, but she probably doesn't own this place.
Gotcha. Something worth checking out. I'll let the people know when I get back.
She's trying to bust in, but it's not.
Not going well.
Not only is it not going well, but it's not like she's being sneaky about it. She's not being shady or roguish about it.
Almost like this might be her place that she's gotten passed down to her, or, you know, has acquired somehow,
possibly.
and just can't make it work to get inside or something. I don't know. All right. I mean, it'll be something for us to check out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say, and she is very distressed about it.
Oh, interesting.
And between your perception and your insight, and the amount of success you're having, you do hear her kind of, as she's muttering to herself, "Oh, Realm Seer, what have you done? What have you done?"
Debate. It's just like drop down there and see if there's something I can do.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Welcome back. You are just fine.
Oh, the debate. No, I'll go and I'll let the rest of the people know. We can come and check it out as a small group.
Okay.
Because if it's a situation that's not very nice, I don't want to be in the middle of it all by myself.
That's fair. That's totally fair. And I will make sure to.
Nice.
I'll make sure to take a tower like this one.
It's like nobody really knows where I went, other than I went out to gather stuff. The only person that really knows is Akira. It's not like I announced that I'll be back. I'm gonna go and get myself some herbs.
A secret blend
of herbs and spices.
All right. Well, we love those herbs. So, over here, yonder way,
over there,
yonder way. This is the place from
over
which
there,
there's
over there now.
I love that it even like portrays a shadow.
Yeah. That one. That's one I added over the like little one that's there. It's just like a little circle there. That I wanted to bring attention. This is where you're looking for.
Gotcha.
But yes, it is a very fine tower. To it, but yes, you do you try and fuss with the rarer herbs, or do you just?
I mean, she does seem quite preoccupied, so I may as well. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. Well.
Never take from a hag or a wizard.
Yeah, see, that's what's like. There might be countermeasures here that I'm not aware of. So I actually, I might not. I might not.
That is how my first ever character nearly died. Session 1, 5 minutes in.
Yeah, because like also the same thing of like they're overgrown for a reason, probably not just that nobody's been tending to them. Because if they're rare herbs and things like that people would most likely want to get their hands on, why haven't they been gotten?
And if they're overgrown, that means that probably animals can't get in either. So that means there's probably something keeping them out.
Yeah. Yeah, the more I thought about it, and yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
I'm gonna let the people know we'll come back.
Congratulations, you made a good decision.
I was just like, well, you never. Bad things could happen here.
Jeremy's no Arthur, Teddy, but that doesn't mean he's not gonna try to get you to press the button.
Oh, I know. I know this from prior. It's
Indeed.
Like, he gives you the options. He's not going to try and force you to do it, but
The jolly red
always
button.
the option.
The big candy-like button.
he'll present the option. Just one more. It's like if you were on the
Can he
fence about it
resist?
before.
Can he hold out?
Muffin Man.
Well, you fly back with a fairly significant several sprigs, Ravenclaw. I said what I said of lavender, which does translate well to a decent handful. That's just the lavender isn't, it's not worthless, but it's not part of your
Not part of my
part of your 50 gold.
Yeah. It was just extra.
Yeah, you you get back, and Akira, you see the bird flying in, and then suddenly two hands full of sticks of herbs. One of them, very notably, probably seven or eight sticks of lavender blooms.
Nice sprigs of lavender. Here you are, just as
yeah.
requested.
Oh, thank you so much, Valinif. I really appreciate it. This will be nice.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
something I'm gonna have to bring up to the rest of the group, because while I was out doing my search, I ended up, there was this quite exquisite tower, seems like a mage tower of some sort outside of town, and a wizard, a female one, was just seeming to have a really rough time trying to get past a door. It seemed like it was a very old tower. The place was kind of overgrown and whatnot, but had some nice things that I might want to, I really want to acquire, but was, I don't know, I didn't want to tempt fate. But,
As you shouldn't tempt fate in that situation. So I'm very happy that you did not choose to invade the hag's garden.
yeah.
Do you think what's in there will help us further with what we have in front of us as far as the Feywild?
I don't honestly know, but it would be nice to get my hands on some of those herbs in there if I could, but I don't know. She seemed like she was in a little bit of distress, and I don't know, might just, if we had time, something that we could maybe all check out. Maybe we could help them out.
Given my lack of magic know-how, I would definitely say we talk it over with Luca, Wash, Nyack, and Asher. Just
Oh,
because,
yes, of course.
I mean, I wouldn't let you go alone.
That's one
Personally?
of the reasons why I didn't stop while I was there.
I wouldn't let you go alone, but when it comes to magic, while I marvel at it and kind of look at it and study it with Luca a little bit, I'm just not that versed enough to know a lot. But if you say this woman is in distress, it could be something. And if you think that we need any supplies, I am not gonna veto it down, but I just say bring it to the group.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So yeah, basically I'll go and is everybody gathered at some point? I guess I'll just let everybody.
I mean,
know.
Wash has just kind of been chilling at the inn. He's kind of waiting to hit the road, figure out our next I think he's unsure where our destination even is, because there's been talk of going to the Feywild next, or instead of going to Craghammer. So he's unsure. He's just idling about.
Gotcha. So about how many of us would be at the inn about midday right now?
Probably, well, everyone but Akira, because Akira definitely went to watch the students train. Like one, like
Unless,
even if nobody,
like
even if nobody
essentially,
was
right, essentially this being right before that.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, then Akira would be there.
Okay, then I'd basically reiterate what I had told Akira to the rest of everybody and leave it up for debate on whether or not what we would do and see what other people's ideas were. Because you guys all heard me say it. I don't need to say it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Akira is not against helping Val, but will ultimately defer to the to how the group feels about it.
Mhm.
It could be of interest, to say the least. If we help her out, because it is her tower, then perhaps she'll be inclined to give us some of these supplies you've spoken of.
It would be
And
nice.
if the way you described it, it sounds to me like she kind of locked herself out, kind of.
Maybe
Uh,
it didn't seem like she was trying to necessarily break into the place because she was not doing it very quietly and definitely not very well. Um, but yeah, that seems like it might be a possibility.
I mean, I know if I'm reloaned a certain item and give a quick, like, not like mean look, but just like a quick, like, knowing look to Luca, I'm sure if there's a lock on it, we could break in. Or we could break her back in.
Hmm.
Seems well within our realm of capabilities.
I just figured if we felt like checking it out, it'd be something we could do.
That sounds fine by me. But since we do have everyone here, I guess while we're heading over, we need to decide where we're going after all this.
Well, I mean,
My
if we're gonna go and
my understanding was I guess at this juncture help the hag and then
It's
the
just
Feywild
a
and then
wizard.
Craghammer.
Doesn't sound like a hag. It just seems like a
Oh, I'm sorry.
wizard.
I thought he said I thought he said hag. I'm sorry. So help the wizard. So I guess the plan is help the wizard and then go to the Feywild and then the Craghammer. Is that the order of operation?
That sounds amenable to me.
There was discussion last time about the going to the Feywild being via Zephyra as well.
Yes, via Zephyra. That's right.
Right.
yes,
Right. Zephyra's real close by to here, isn't it?
I don't know where's
That
the
is-
map.
Oh, right. Yes. Well, right here, in fact.
Enhance.
Gotta love having a map.
Yes, but Westrun is the largest, the closest large city to Zephyra.
Ah.
That would be a closer bet. But do we know there's a gate there to get to the Feywild?
More so, you know that there is a Val. You know that the voice of the Tempest, whoever it happens to be right now, very
I don't
likely.
know.
Yeah, because you just heard that. Well, no, you do know.
Oh, wait, yeah, no, I did, yeah.
You heard that it was Corin's daughter.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot.
And it would mean that that she is of probably of a sufficient magical practice to be able to transport between planes or be able to possibly help open things for you all.
Gotcha. Yeah, all that stuff.
Words.
Words, indeed.
A combination of words to mean things.
I mean, that is closer, and I mean, she could get us there. I know I have to get to Singorn at some point because I need to get this mirror back. But
Hey, you said it.
yeah, I know. I said it. I was
Well,
trying real hard.
sounds like that we could use this voice of the Tempest to get to the Feywild, and the connection with this Olestra that you have to get back from the Feywild near where Singorn is, in the Feywild.
Oh yeah, we could come back through Singorn. Also, for the record, Nyack, for the first time in front of y'all, doesn't have his headdress on. He still hasn't put it back on.
Oh snap!
Just side note.
Scars and stitches.
Noted.
But as y'all are walking and talking, walking up to this building, out front of the building, you see essentially it's a lineup of 3 rows of 3 of more wizardly folk, young practitioners of magic. Though, whereas you who had seen Stuart earlier in the day, see that he is now in these kind of plain gray kind of gi uniform. The very nice belt replaced with just a plain tie-on belt. It's not fancy, not specifically colored or anything. It's gray on gray, but the gith blades that he has are in their proper place right there on either side of the central knot. He kind of standing front left of the group, your right, and kind of these 8 others kind of cubed up this very regimented set, and those of you who understand Gith hear this man who is walking around them, kind of watching them, judging their forms as they draw blade off of hip and do kind of a stab forward, like a block off to the side, and he is counting off in Gith. 1, 2, 3, 4, and he goes 1 to 10, and then he actually starts calling out seemingly random numbers: 7, 3, 2, 3, 8, and just starts going through, and depending on what he says, they seem to go to the same position. Very he's training them. And Stu, seeing y'all come around the corner, his face changes from focused and neutral to a smile, but he keeps moving. The man that you see is he is armored up. A very nice, those of you who are particularly comprehending of such things, a very fine fitted mithril scale mail. The scales are extremely thin, very very tightly woven, goes all the way down to the wrists where these large gauntlets take over, and it kind of makes his hands a little bit bigger. On one of those, one of the hands, there is a big ring that on the outside of the glove that looks not dissimilar to that dwarven ring that one of you got from Redman once upon a time.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, on the right hand, there is a ring whose large signet. It is a circular signet, but it's almost like a reverse, like an imprint rather than coming out of the ring, an imprint of
Engraved.
what a number of you would very much be able to tell is a symbol of Ray, the woman with fire around her, kind of hands out to the side but open, kind of open, reaching but also wreathed in fire. The ring around the engraved signet, you can see several very nice gems, all of them ruby, just kind of around the outside of it. On his side, hanging off of a much larger belt loop, is a warhammer. Very, very prominent, very well made, looks dwarven at very least. On his back is a shield that also has carved into it a symbol of Ray. This one more of a candle look to it. Her not on fire, but around her, the sides look like the sides of a candle, and above her, like the top of a candle that is lit, all put on there what looks like it's painted in metal, very well carved. And along his belt are, let me make sure I have this right, 20 of these karambits, just basically looking like half moons all the way around, along his belt, looking like the at any given second he could just move his hand and there would be a blade ready. But he, walking around them, this very, well, I can show this now too. He looks very old. His hair gray, very male pattern bald, all the way to the back. This kind of cul-de-sac of hair that is cascading down past his shoulders. Along his face, a very well manicured but very long sideburns, a soul patch that has grown, it looks like, for years. The sallow yellow with that little, like basically the skin has faded from green to yellow. Little bits of that kind of original green patching through. But y'all are walking up, seeing this, and he doesn't look like he's like an angry disciplinarian or anything. He's merely calling out positions and occasionally correcting form, very, like, there's the bark, and then there's the very gentle guidance, and then continuing y'all walking up. He doesn't entirely pay passersby mind.
Excuse me, sorry, I was chewing. I was chewing, sorry.
You're quite all right.
So Akira just continues to observe, but is liking what they see in terms of how things are going at the moment. They're waiting to see more signs of more gift stuff.
Like maybe a great sword.
Yeah,
Oh.
like they are looking for, they're looking for things that Eredrin has detailed to them so much over the years that they would be unmistakable. So they're seeing how authentic, I'm trying to see how gift they're gifting.
Oh, right. On the gloves that he's wearing, the gauntlets that he's wearing, you see as you're staring, essentially just, and he's not hiding it at all. The circular glyphs that they may not be actual language, they may be arcane symbols, but they are distinctly gith symbols.
Okay.
Can I ask
Noted.
something to help out here?
Yeah, of course.
This is an above table question. Are they going clockwise or counterclockwise? Because clockwise is Githyanki and counterclockwise is Githzerai, and they're slightly
Not
different symboling.
Not close enough to be able to tell.
No, I know I'm not. I'm
I
just
know.
asking to.
Oh no, I
Help.
know. I know.
I mean,
I
Akira
know exactly what I'm doing.
has a pretty good distance from them. Like, so while I
Yeah.
know what they are, I probably
Yeah.
can't suss out too many details as of yet.
Yeah, it's like seeing that something is written in English, but it's small and kind of far away.
And you're not wearing your glasses.
Yeah, and maybe you're not wearing your glasses, and he's moving. All manner of things that
So
are
many
that
elements.
make it harder to parse from a distance, like impossible to parse from a distance.
Essentially, what Akira
but-
is doing is
but
seeing how.
Also their form, like the ways that they are switching between their forms,
Mhm.
the way that they swing very, very efficiently, that efficiency of blade fighting. And you learned how to fight with a dagger when you were very young.
Yeah, it's the only way
Like-
Eredrin knows how to play.
Yeah, exactly. Y'all
Explain
played
as well.
y'all didn't play knifey spoony when you were young. You played knifey when you were young.
Knifey. I see you played knifey before.
Yes. And but just like the way that they are moving is very, very distinctly that same style you grew up with, that very deliberate stances, deliberate movements. This is Gith martial teaching.
I'm going to, if no one impedes my progress, I will start to make my way closer. Like I'll get out of my seat and come down and like start to, or however I'm positioned.
Oh yeah, it's just walking up on the street, and they are
Okay.
outside of the building, though the building
Outside
has
the building.
has doors open.
I'm going to approach one of them and say in Gith to them that you need to put your leg back further, or your opponent will sweep your leg. And then I'll actually and I'll use my foot to like move their leg back to where I think it should be. And like I pretty much, like, if by the time it's all said and done, I position them in a way anyone would recognize Eredrin has stood.
And the one you walk up to, as you're correcting their stance, the one to their rear seems to automatically translate. Like it's like a reflex where you start saying it, and the one you're talking to has that like quizzical look, and the one behind like immediately is like, yeah, they're saying you need to move your leg and do this, and they listen.
And the person who translates, I say, no, say it to them in Gith. And then I say it to him, I say it to them, whoever they are, in Gift, and then tell them to say it to them in Gith.
And as you're saying that, the one who could definitely be intuited to be the Hope Keeper that was described to you, kind of just maintains the slow walk around the cube until they get around to you, and he kind of puts his hand up, and we don't do that here.
You don't do what here?
Something I'm trying to instill in these people is that the teachings that I have to give are for everyone. And he switches from this very soft spoken common into Gith, and you hear, not an exclusive club to those who would dominate others.
You and like Akira like gets extremely like kind of sassy with this guy. Well, if you want your students to learn Gith properly, they need to speak it at all times. Otherwise, they'll never get it right. Whoever has taught them this dialect has been teaching them wrong, and whoever taught them that stance taught them wrong. It's not about exclusivity. It's about doing it the right way. And they say this in like all the Gith.
Oh yeah.
And they say it loudly in all the Gith. And then in front of his face, go back to correcting their stances.
And as you go to do that, very swiftly, very quickly, one of the blades on his hip just flicks out, not at you, but directly between your legs, into the street, like between stones. It's extremely accurate, and it just flings down 1, 2. This just double tap, two of them right in the same crack between stones. And it says, back in Gith, you don't get to walk up on my students and tell my students how to live their lives. You want to correct somebody, try to correct me.
Then issue your challenge the right way. And maybe
I'll say, no, when it is in accent, it is Gith.
Gotcha. And Akira is saying back in Gift, then you will issue your challenge the right way. Because this display throwing blades at my feet, I'm not impressed.
No, I figure I do not see Gith blades all over your body. And he glances down towards his. I wanted to make sure you are properly equipped.
Akira is going to like let out a sigh. Properly equipped. Oh, honey. I was raised every day by the blades. And Akira will take their tail and like pick the blades up and then snatch it with their hand. I have
And
been doing
you
this.
catch them and like in your hands, like they are crafted very particularly, and they are crafted correctly. Just like as you grip them, they are natural in your hands. Your finger goes through that first loop, and it's immaculately made.
I do respect your craftsmanship. I think even my brother would be somewhat impressed.
Wait a minute now.
That's not a slight on you. This is more me effing. I am definitely gaslighting this person, obviously.
Quick pan cut to Erdrin and Hupperduke, and he just gets a sense like, my blade work just got
Hey.
insulted.
Hey,
I-
but he barks out in Gith half circle, and as he barks out in Gith half circle, the group of 9 kind of step back into kind of a half moon of making way, and as he goes to start stepping around, he brings out the hammer and just drops it at one corner, takes another one of the blades, flicks it down at another corner, and just basically makes a about 25-foot cube to just denoting the 4 corners of it.
I mean, Akira looks around at it and
steps into the cube, and you come into my domain. You come and disrespect my teachings, my students, and yourself.
I
don't
think I disrespected your students in all trying to help them be better pugilists, but okay. Very well.
Do we spar for first blood, or do we spar for final blood?
Well, I wouldn't want Luca to be mad.
Is this being said out loud in front of me? Just
Now that
I was wondering why no
back-
one was reacting to the knife throws. I mean, I was like, if no one else is, I'm going to stand up and get a bit closer at the knife throws.
Well, like, Wash doesn't understand half of what's being said.
Oh yeah, no.
no, that wasn't accented, so it's not in Gith, right?
No, this was in Gith.
Yeah, everything is being said in GIF. Akira will look back to Luca.
But, there is no secret to the body language being shown. The like obvious intent. He's not bull rushing. No surprise. He's very open and very much like getting the square ready.
I will say, Slayer is glaring down at you.
I know Slayer. Slayer is glaring down, and this is a challenge.
He does not approve.
He does not. Well, I mean, I don't want to fight this guy. I didn't come here to fight this guy, but he is
Just
now.
tell him how to train his people in his own gym.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw a mistake being made, and my mentor always taught me to speak out and help others when you see something is incorrect. Akira will look to him and say, I overall meant no disrespect, sir, but I just know the proper way of gift fighting, and I can't help it. And if this is what you really want to do, if you really want this, first blood. If that's what you really want.
There is green on your skin, and your words are Gith. but you have the certainty of a zealot. You have the certainty of someone who
This is the Eredrin.
Has much-
Everyone knows this. Everyone knows
has
this is
much
the
to
Eredrin.
learn.
I was about to say maybe because they were raised by 3 zealots.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were raised by zealots. Exactly.
Well,
If we're going to do this, then we're going to do it correctly. And we're going to do it in gift tradition. I will see you at dusk right here in the square.
Oh, he gets to do something at dusk. I have to do everything at dawn.
yeah, yeah. He. You feel. Make a strength save.
Oh. A strength save, you say? Actually,
Does anyone see a spell going on with that?
Nope. There is no spell being cast.
sorry. Strength. Boop. You'll see it, Jeremy. Oh, wow. I don't know if that's enough, but
I didn't. I go
check
ahead. And,
check D&D Beyond. It was a 21, but yeah, you can
21?
check D&D Beyond.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, that's good enough. You feel the tug basically like trying to tug you forward and into the arena. Whether or not, if you let it happen, you can. If not, you can resist it.
I'm going to resist and Justice, even though Slayer is looking down disapprovingly, Akira kind of feels this is cultural appropriation, and so they're saying this is part of it.
Cultural appropriation by the culture. Okay.
No, he's not GIF.
This dude
Is
is
he?
GIF. He's very GIF.
What
Yeah.
did you say?
Very old.
Did you say
He's
he was
very
old?
Yeah, he's like there's a picture of his ass in
I
the
did
roll
not-
20.
I-
He's
The guy
super
is,
GIF.
yeah.
I missed that because all my stuff crashed. So
Yeah. So in the roll
missing
20.
Gosh,
I'm
Yeah.
missing information because all my stuff crashed. Remember, I had to jump
Yeah.
back
Roll
in.
20.
No, he's like super GIF. That's why I'm like, wow.
basically, this Dragonborn rolls up like,
Hey.
yeah.
Yeah.
To a gap,
I-
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there's a section of information I was missing because all my
Yeah.
stuff crashed.
Okay.
There's a gap of knowledge. We might need to have.
Yeah.
Should
call
we?
retconning real quick.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
I
say,
think-
should we
retconningly, what are you doing right
and
now?
change
Yeah.
how this?
See, because I thought this was a
Transpired?
human dude. So that's why I
No.
was like, that's
Yeah,
why I was
no,
so
no, no.
offended.
Online real
That's
quick.
why I was so offended.
Yeah, no. No. Stu is one of the students. The guy in front, as you can see
Okay.
in the roll 20.
Yeah, now I see it. Now I know. There's like I said, there was that beef crash out was
He-
that me.
he's an
losing my
old-
stuff.
He's an old gith with liver spots.
Oh,
for
Akira
somebody
would've-
for
Akira
somebody
would've
who
done that way
is
differently.
yeah for somebody who is gith this old, this armored.
Yeah,
There's only a few reasons you see an old gith, if you know what I mean.
Can someone
Yeah.
get ret
Now
online
that-
real quick?
Yeah,
Yeah.
can we vote to give Akira another chance with that?
Retconningly here,
thank you,
it's for you.
Hey,
thank you.
Ret, can we,
My
Okay.
my,
So I
my
believe you were
apologies.
correcting that dude's stance. That's where we were, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
then well, hold on. Did I
You
see
can
the
still correct the dude's stance, just maybe when he's
No,
approach
no.
it differently.
No. Do I see this teacher there before I even come? I see this teacher when I'm still in the stands.
Yeah, well, yeah, like standing back and just watching. Yeah. It's just
Then
like
I-
he's out in the middle of the street, just walking around the cube of the people.
Okay, then once again, like now that I have the right information, let me handle this way differently. I would
No
not
problem.
I would not approach the students at all. Zero. I would
Okay.
approach him and give and then give high honors. Actually show him the blade Eredrin made for me and and give him the respect that is due him, having lived this long.
Okay.
Like
That
it would
makes-
it would
that
yeah.
makes more sense.
Like I said,
I
I
was
didn't
like,
have
I was like,
I was like, this
This
is very
feels-
aggressive.
this
I
feels
know.
weird.
I was
That's-
missing information. I thought this
I
was some
just-
old
that's-
white guy. I thought this
Like,
was some
you
old white
love-
guy running a kung fu
Nope.
gym.
No, this is not an old white guy running Kung Fu gym. Nope.
That's why I was like, Slayer is frowning on you. Like,
No, okay. That makes
Yeah,
that makes a
that's
lot more sense.
shame.
I can
Well,
just see
I
this whole
was-
scene playing out with like Akira
Knives.
having, like, you know, sunglasses
Knives
on,
coming back.
having been blinded previously in the previous scene or something like that, talking to this dude, and then all of a sudden Akira leans over to Luca and is like, "Is this motherfucker? Is he Gith? Like, what's going on here?" Like,
Well, now I have the right
Yeah, no
information.
worries.
So Akira
Yeah.
would not have approached the students. They would have approached him and spoken and give high honors to him. Like, not,
I can definitely, having missed a certain amount of information, we can run that back. You get one per session. That's fine.
Thank you.
perception.
Thank you. Because yeah, I mean, all my stuff,
Oh my
like I
gosh,
lost audio via Discord for a little bit.
Oh,
and so it was
shit.
like, so I didn't
Okay.
hear a section. Then remember, I kind of jumped out and jumped back in.
That
was me
makes more
fixing. Yeah, that was
That
me
makes
fixing
a lot
everything.
more sense.
Yeah, that was me fixing everything.
Well then.
And that's
Well
why I said,
then.
"Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
That's
Can
one
you
of
hear
the
me?"
funniest events that I've ever witnessed. That's hilarious.
I was
yeah,
I was like, wow, are we about to watch Akira die?
No, I thought I was like I said. I
No,
thought I was
no, you're
fighting a
fine.
weekend. I
You're
thought this was a weekend warrior type
Oh
situation.
yeah, no.
So
But,
yeah, Akira would approach with nothing but respect, and once again, you know, showing him the respect due, elder Gif, speaking to him completely in Gif, you know, just the whole nine, and bowing before him, and then also communicating with him telepathically, still in Gif.
He would for the sake of those around, he would say things. He would be saying things in common, out loud, in addressing you specifically, even when you are speaking out loud in Gith. But when there is also telepathic communication that he is sending to you in Gith.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically hearing the translation and hearing the native tongue at the same time.
Yeah, and Akira only addresses him even out loud in GIF. Akira never speak, and unless he says, you know, to speak in the common tongue, Akira will never speak to this person in the common tongue. They would give them their complete and total respect to, and including like, you know, presenting the weapon. So,
Wow, you are actually very polite. And
you are really nice and awesome, and I love you.
yeah, you are very polite. There are some people who are extremely rude. No,
Some green dragon
and
are extremely rude.
my apologies,
but and seeing that you are not GIF and you are speaking very fluently, having a longer blade than these little ones that he has shared with his students, a much larger and you know, with the proper, you know, spikes coming out of the right spots. Astrid is a beautiful weapon even if she's not enchanted yet. And he looks her over and actually full on like holding it out to the side, and he does a little bit of kind of a just still standing kata with the blade, just moving it around him, passing it between hands, and kind of ending forward with it, and just kind of, this is very well made.
Yes, my brother Eridrin made it. And they say all this in GIF. My brother Eridrin made it. And Akira points to their companions, and he points, you know, and these are all, this is, you know, Akira reverts to very tribal gift sayings. So this is my clan, and like they point to Luca, Wash, and everyone.
Aradrin, a gift,
Yes.
a proper gift name.
Yes.
You grew up among Gith.
Raised my entire life.
Are you from the other side?
I don't know where I'm from. Kinda, really. I mean, I know I came from a egg.
Where did you live with these Gith?
Grimgalier. They escaped into Grimgalier and set themselves up and trained and fought in revolutions and have bled and.
Wait, Grimgalier
Yes.
escaped.
Yes. My sister and my two brothers. My sister raised us.
And you can tell he's processing.
It's your great grandfather.
23andMe D&D edition.
There is. I wonder. Do you recognize the worm, the worm?
Do I recognize the worm?
The worm. Zelgith.
In stories? When my sister would tell me about the Astral Sea and their exodus and things into the Underdark, I mean, the name has definitely come up in myth, legend. They seem like
No. For you, go ahead and roll a history check with advantage.
Oh, with advantage. Okay. Here. Still faster on my phone because D&D Beyond is still acting dumb on my laptop. So, Jeremy, just be prepared to look on your side because I know you'll see it. That's number 1. And here's number 2. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, 25.
So,
Yeah. Nice and easy. Just a nice and easy 25. Zelgith, like, immediately rings your bell.
okay.
That is a name that Joanne did use, but in cautionary tale, in fear.
The Boogeyman.
Not merely the Boogeyman. That was the name of the master above the ones that were in charge of the enslaving. It was the one who ran those people. And with a 19, you would recognize that name as a draconic name.
I figured it was a dragon's name. But well, you said worm, so.
Yeah. But he did say worm, but you do make that name association of like that is a draconic name, and
he was the overseer of of a lot of things there. So Akira, tells him about the caution, like how it was presented as a cautionary tale, but Akira didn't live the life that Eredrin and Joanne lived. So for Akira, while they are raised gift and know all the traditions, have heard all the stories, they didn't go through what Eredrin and everyone went through. So for them, it is the scary stories. For them, it is story. It's while it's history, but it's also things that listen to your big sister tell you bedtime stories about the old gift lands. So they're still
Well,
kind of like that. There's still like that bit of separation. While
in the lands between the Dwendalian Empire and the wastes of Jorhas, in the mountains south of Grimgalir, there is a place. A place where Zelith resides.
wait,
Wait. Where?
I grew up in Grimgalir, so he was
Yeah,
that close
yeah.
the entire time.
His
And
hoard
he,
is not merely that of silver, gold, items, but he collects Gith. He sends for Gith
who does
to
he?
bring them in. People who acquire people.
Slavers.
I was among his zealotry once upon a time. I found my way out. I ran as far as I could. And I found forgiveness for myself, at least, in Ray.
Akira will look at him, then look over back at everyone who has come with them to this thing. And there's just like a profound look of sadness on Akira's face. They don't know what to say to him now. The respect is there, but also they know that the gift don't hug, not normally, not
No,
really.
not
They
really.
hug with knives.
Kind of.
They hug with knives. Wow.
But
and so Akira
I
will look back at their friends, look back at him one more time, and take Astrid and put Astrid into the pavement and say and say a gift quote to him from the about returning to the astral sea, and just give him that look that lets him know that they understand that what they don't know what he's gone through, but they're empathetic to what he's gone through.
you've heard stories of things,
Yeah.
and
To
if
find
you're-
out the cautionary tales are true is kind of jarring.
yes, if your siblings escaped the honestly, it is brainwashing. Washing one set of radical beliefs for another. If they escaped that, I am so very grateful that
Not only did they escape, they thrived.
I am so grateful. I traveled much of the world. I found myself landing here. And in a much more peaceful version of it, I pass on our ways now to those who are not Gith,
I see.
to share it with those that might perhaps not be able to learn. The exclusivity there is I still fear the day of Zelith's people finding me, or finding people I care about, or merely emerging from his hole, coming to exact some plan on Exandria.
Well,
But
eh,
I left that life 15 years ago now.
Akira will look at him and say, people have to be warned that Zelioth is actually there. And Akira tells him of the Slayer. And like kind of tells him and gives him like the Reader's Digest highlights of the Slayer.
Oh, wow.
And
Bloom's notes.
and then they tell him that I am friends with one that we have to do a little rescuing. But once he's back, things like Zelioth have reason to shake and be scared.
He fights a war below with ancient enemies of Gith. But whether those enemies are worse than him, I could not give a proper value and judgment. Both are terrible. But he seeks power for the sake of it. They seek power to domineer. In the same way he domineers over Gith, he brings over. So, and he just kind of stops.
Akira breaks every gift protocol there is, and they hug this man. They just go right in, and even to the point of manifesting the arms to make sure to fully embrace him.
He is very, very warm. Like you might think that he's feverish when you touch him and hug him, but he, other than the consequences of being older, doesn't look like he's sick, doesn't sound like he's sick, but he's quite warm to the touch and does not shrink away from your hug. And it takes him a second to respond because it is a little bit surprising, and he doesn't fight it. Then just kind of brings his arms up on your back, and there's that surprise in his face, for those of you who can see his face, of like, this is the oddest thing that I can imagine having shown up on my step today.
I'm definitely a raised gift, but I'm still me. And if anything, we give praise our individuality. So I'm a dragonborn with the soul of a gift and the fight of a gift, but I also hug.
I have relaxed some of the old ways.
Good, because I was worried you were going to stab me.
Well, Well, the thought did immediately cross my mind. I don't take getting lunged at very well usually.
And Akira will show him that there was a psychic dagger formed in their hand just in case.
And as you pull back, there is a blade touching the flat of your back, but
Yeah.
it is floating.
Yeah, this seems like a gift hug. This seems right. Seems right.
And
See, we hug with knives.
Yeah, we hug with knives.
and as you pull away, that blade kind of continues floating, and he pulls another one out. And the blade in the air and the blade in his hand actually both flip around, and in a much nicer way of offering, he turns both handles towards you and says, "Do you know the way of the karambit?"
I've learned some things. And Akira will take it out of the air.
And he offering you another a second one. What you would know about these is in pairs they are especially good. To the point of like they're light and thin but still strong. Because of the loop, it makes them easier to draw and fling.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if you are wielding two of them together, if you make a a melee attack as part of two-weapon fighting with a bonus action, they're made to basically be very fast. Like if you're gripping them, punch, stab, and basically, if you are holding two of them, you can attack twice with the bonus action instead of just once with the dagger.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, you can actually look it up in the homebrew. There's a Gith Silvered Karambit in the homebrew.
I will definitely look that up.
And the range increments for throwing are doubled. So it is 4120.
Well, now Erdrin has to kill another Githzerai to get a second Karambit so he can have two as well.
And
I'm just seeing your messages, bro. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, Akira will
as
definitely do stances and things with them.
And as you go working with them, he does kind of slowly, one at a time, pull the sheaths off of his belt and offer them forward.
Akira stops the motions and said, "Are you sure?"
You have brought me news that my choices for good may have perhaps resulted in more good. The very least I could give you is a gift of our people. Akira, Soul of Gith.
Akira nods. As you know, history and the gods will look upon your actions and weigh you. And while I know what my sibling would do to you if he was here, what I would probably have tried to help him do if he was here. But I want to believe that your judgment is elsewhere and not in my hands. And I respect everything you have just revealed to me. And it's not easy, and this is going to be a hard talk to have with my brother as he escaped slavers. but it is not my place right now to say what your life is or isn't, because look at your students. And I want to believe in change, and I have enough blood. I have enough blood on my hands in my travels so far. And
how many siblings did you say? 3?
yeah, and
as you continue talking, he reaches down and 2 by 2, 2, 4, 6 of the blades come off of his belt, or sheathed blades come off of his belt.
Bro's just going nuts
Go
in
ahead.
the background.
Go ahead, continue.
While I will definitely give my siblings these blades, I can't say that you would be safe from any of them, as you know how Gith are.
No, I am not asking them for forgiveness. I am asking you to deliver this to them, for them to decide whether or not they wish to meet justice back on me.
Understood.
I give it freely, and I offer it with no purpose to evade. If they wish, I very likely wronged their lives. And like he's been talking for a while, and then obviously y'all been conversing, and he stops, and there's like this blink on his face, like a shocked realization. You were found as an egg.
Yes. According to...
You are of the Emerald.
Yes.
Persuasion.
Yes.
Persuasion. I'm sorry.
Would you like me to persuade? Would you like to try to persuade me to be a different kind of dragonborn?
I can be brown. I can be blue. I can be violet. I don't know.
Precisely.
I could be brown. I could be blue. I could be DMCA.
You are Emerald. But you are not fully. You are part human, part dragon. You do not have the face of the dragon, but you have the... And like he's saying all of this out loud, like he's figuring things out in real time. You spawn of Zelith. You are the one.
What?
The one?
What? Kira says this in common and out loud. Like what?
I knew it was coming, but it still shocked me.
You.
Like Akira sits on the ground. In fact,
Zelith spends most of his life as a man. He took on a female form to mate with a human. A very powerful man. This man found out that Zelith had used him for to sire and heir.
And for the first time ever, and Akira's talking in common now because they're kind of stunned. Is it the man I see in my dreams? And they describe that one vision that Akira had way back when of seeing the face of who they believe to be their father in that one little piece.
Yes.
And they describe, like,
As you're describing, you hear in your head, "May I see?"
And Akira shows them
and
shows,
full on you recognize the little flicker in his eyes of a subtle detect thoughts. And
yeah, Akira actually will let their guard down for this.
and he looks like he zones into lost in thought and comes back out very quickly, and basically he looks at what you allowed him to look at and cuts the connection, and you feel it in and out. And he,
Yeah, Akira's just stunned.
I helped him get in.
Like the psychic energy begins to, like, everyone can see it too. Like the psychic energy is swirling around Akira, like, majorly.
And
like they are bright. They are like bright.
And he full on just like he this time initiates the hug full on, and he just grips you tightly and entirely, and just, "I did something good. I lost him in the tunnels. We separated. I tried to draw them to me, and I heard his screams, and I thought I failed.
Akira is going to activate their detect thoughts and say, "Show me your memory of him."
And you feel tears running off of his running into your hair as he holds you, and does not, like, as he feels the knock on the door, the door is wide open, and
I watch it.
You watch as it's him in a bar that looks like it's in Grimgalir. Him in a bar, and a man, shaggy brown hair, ruggedly handsome, well dressed. You'd estimate some manner of spell crafter. And the man sits, it's kind of flashing from seeing the man. The man sits down, noticing that Mr. Dross is Gith. He calls him, he introduced himself as Graven. And they talk, and Graven takes the basically a job to, "Hey, lead me back to this place." And they together with a few others go into the mountains, finding a cave entrance that leads in, and it's very quick, kind of flashing from thing to thing. They find the cave in, they go in, he and the lot of them trying to very quietly take down guards, approach in. Eventually, as they get in there, your father ends up being detected and approached by a dragon in dragonborn form, whom starts interacting with him, but doesn't seem to notice Graven and the others. In that moment, they pull away. They go about. They find a chamber. They break in. They lockpick their way in. He gets a hold of an egg, a very familiar shade of egg, and the lot of them start running. And as they get past the doorway on the way out, it sounds like a chime, this gonging sound echoing through the halls of this mountain hole, and the snarl of a dragon. Battle around a corner, they running, reconnecting with your father, them passing off egg to your father, some of them stopping to fight, some of them getting overwhelmed by others coming in to fight. Graven and your father getting to a point in leaving where there's a split, and Graven's a bit turned around and he's not sure where to go, and he just says, "You sneak that way, I will make as much noise as I can this way. Make it so like I'll do my best for you. I'm sorry," and all these things, just this very rapid fire. And then they part ways. He runs, he slays those that followed him, and he hears fighting further down the hallway. Dragon growling, the crackling breath of a psychic breath, screaming, this blood-curdling scream, and then silence, other than that of a dragon stalking. Graven, fully afraid for his life. You sense the essentially like, I'm gonna hide as long as I can. I'm gonna try and get out of here, but I'm dead. I'm dead.
It's at this
But
juncture.
he sees the light outside of the cave, or the light at the end of the tunnel,
Right.
and the memory cuts.
Yeah, Akira, as he sees the light, that's pretty much right when Akira will pull back, and to everyone watching, they're going to see Akira was like, slumped and in this guy's arms. Their astral arms were still out. Their wings are gonna come out as slow as you've ever seen them come out, and the visor, the psychic visor, is going to come up, and they are going to push away from the gift and just fly off. And
Right.
they're just going, and they're going to, I'm going to use every key point I got and like kind of sonic boom it. And leave just a big green sparking trail in the sky for right now. And I'm just going to fly until the wings can't carry me. And so I'll go like 40 feet up, and then I'll feather fall down when I'll let the wings run out, and I'll just feather fall down somewhere out there. And just start, like, if there's trees and ground, I'm just going to start going to town on all of it.
You grab your
Indeed.
sword, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, no, the sword is still there in front of him. Astrid is still there in front of him.
He turns and as you fly away, he very gently whispers to his class that did not turn into a semicircle because we didn't have a battle.
Right.
He turns and they've basically been at like rest attention, not actually like actually just standing, like they might, like one might, but standing at attention. And he turns and sees that they are still at attention, and he just kind of this kind of loud whisper of class dismissed, and sends them on their way. And kind of like he turns around, the strong confident shoulders he had earlier now slumped. It looks like he's just run a marathon, and just kind of looks towards you all that are waiting, that were watching, and like he's expecting something. Bless you.
That was my dog shaking.
Luca, you may want to grab their sword.
You may want to grab what?
Their sword.
Did something go wrong? I feel like I missed something here.
Akira flew off, left the sword. So
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm gonna grab that.
Want to grab the sword.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, I missed that. Yeah, Luca's gonna grab that.
Luca, if you need me to, I can fly you to them.
They didn't wait. Tell them I am sorry. I could not have done more.
All right.
And I will be here if they come back.
Of course. And what is your name? If you don't mind me asking.
My name is Reverend Dross.
Reverend Dross.
I'm referred to as the Hope Keeper. This place is a temple to Ray. More of a shrine than temple, I suppose, but it is. Ray oversees both forgiveness and battle.
Mm-hmm. It's
basically peace, either by true peace or the peace that can only be found on the other side of war.
Is Ray different from Saren Ray, or am I just mishearing you?
No, Ray is the legally distinct from 4th edition version of Saren Ray.
Ah.
You mean legally distinct from Pathfinder?
Well, you know, Pathfinder took it from 4th edition, or 4th edition took it from Pathfinder, or something.
Saren Ray is an official Pathfinder deity.
Oh, well then yes, legally distinct from Pathfinder.
Yep, it's because Critical Role started in Pathfinder and then moved to 5e.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. All true.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and Nyack, I will take you up on that offer.
If you want some privacy, I tried to say it earlier, but I was muted. If you want some privacy, you could always take this broom of mine and say candle.
I was just going to drop you and then come back, honestly.
I'm gonna be honest. I think I'd kill myself on that thing.
Fair enough.
Well, that's the thing. It's a broom, but it actually has what is essentially like a motorcycle seat, and stirrups to actually like put your feet in to stabilize yourself.
If I had never seen one before other than one person
Yes.
I'd met, I would
Yes.
feel the same way about, I probably should like practice that thing before I go flying off after a
Oh yeah,
kill.
no, it's definitely here. Take my motorcycle. What's a motorcycle?
Great offer, totally appreciate it. Luca in character right now is like, I'll kill myself on that thing. I'm gonna let Nyack fly me. He knows how to fly. He's been doing it for years. I don't know how to fly that thing yet.
Totally valid. Didn't fight you on it.
I know. I'm just saying, like, it's funny. I appreciate the offer, though. I'd like to learn how to use it, but I've got to get after them.
I will say very bird of prey-ish, just like each foot claw grabbing your shoulder areas. And I feel extremely light on your shoulders because I know you have a pretty good strength. I feel extremely light on your shoulders. And
how strange.
I flap off.
Who'd have thunk?
That's not like a euphemism, is it?
No. No, for once, no. This isn't actually you're talking to. This is Nyack you're talking to.
Jeremy, look at
The
Jeremy.
the one time that it wasn't.
I know.
Yes,
That's why I had to say it.
I know you were going for your inspiration. Fucking take.
Thank you.
You earned it. You earned it right before the end. But with that,
so catching up to Akira is going to be a next episode thing.
I was gonna say, y'all fly off to catch up to Akira. This is some heavy shit that we're gonna have to pick back up on because it's late in the day. I know at least one of you is staying here over time right now. So
Don't look at me like that. This was relevant.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is relevant, and I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate y'all hanging out, and but if we don't cut this off now, we'll be here till 6 my time. So,
like it's a bad thing.
Hey, now you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go
we
play.
need to figure out a 12-hour session sometime.
Live. It's going to be a live session. We'll record the whole thing. It'll be great.
A live 12-hour session.
We'll live stream the whole thing. We'll have some breaks in between. It'll be lovely. But that's not today.
For the wicked.
Ain't no rest for the wicked, and the most wicked don't need it. But I know they say the righteous don't need it, but I apparently don't need it either, so it's fine. So thanks for hanging out. I appreciate all of you, players, viewers alike. Y'all are great. I just appreciate the opportunity to be able to do this. I know I say it all the time. It's true every time. I don't give a shit. But until next time, please remember, kindness is still free. And please, please.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What's going on?
Please keep going.
Eesh.
Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, check out the Patreon, check out the TikTok, check out the YouTube, check out the Twitch.
And Brandon Sanderson, sponsor us maybe.
Just maybe.
Any day now.
Really.
Please.
Please,
Right.
balls in your court, Brandon.
Everyone knows the lily of the valley, a sunburst of a tolly of roses, sharp thorns. But the prettiest, sweetest of the flowers only grows on the farther shore. Sweet tart cherries and blackberries on the bush, bursting with nectar when the peel has been shorn. But the sweetest and most bountiful of orchards only grows on the farther shore. Till you go to the farther shore, that paradise to rest when your old heart can beat no more. We all go to the farther shore. We all go to the farther shore. While temptations haunt this earthly coil, some may resist them, though others can't ignore. But the promises of pure imagination take us all to the farther shore. It must be everything that everyone was promised. It must be all that we could ever want and more. It must be better than the love we leave behind us. They only know on the farther shore. Till I go to the farther shore. This paradise to us, when this old heart can beat no more. We all go to the farther shore. We all go to the farther shore. I want to hear everybody, come on. Till I go to the farther shore. Till I go, not yet. Rest when this old heart can be no more. We all go to the farther shore. Let me hear you now. To the farther shore. Show a grin, wake the dead. Till I go to the farther shore. Till I go, not yet. Rest when this old heart can be no more. We all go to the farther shore. Let me hear to the farther shore. Let me hear your voices, everyone. To the farther shore. Sing it, everyone. To the farther shore. Thank you very much, everyone. In memory of a friend.